Step into the twilight with us at Paranormal M, where we illuminate the shadows of the supernatural. Don't miss out on our thrilling adventures. Subscribe and activate notifications to stay updated with our latest spine-tingling tales. Let the exploration commence. The Man Who Slit His Throat. Maybe somebody went through something similar. About 3 years ago, I was working in a small office. I became close with the girl across my desk. We call her Jane. Jane and I confided in each other about our lives and lended advice when needed, but never hung out outside of work. One day, she got a call about an hour into our shift. She turned white and started shaking. She walked out a couple of minutes, and when she returned, you could tell she'd been crying. I asked her if she was okay, and she said that her childhood friend's father committed suicide. He slit his own throat. Her friend, we'll call her Sam, found him dead from bleeding out. I didn't know these people, but I felt so terrible for their family. Throughout the week, Jane would talk to me about the drama surrounding this man's death. Around that next Monday is when things started to get weird for me. My husband and I lived in a small apartment. He left for work before me. As I was locking up and about to walk out the door, I got the shivers, and a voice in my head told me, "Don't turn around." So obviously I turned around, and standing in the bedroom was an older gentleman with glasses. Maybe 5'8", staring at me with a solemn look. I basically noped the fuck out of there and headed to work. I go about my day as usual. Jane was pissed when I got in. She came over to my desk and showed me the man's obituary picture. "Can you believe they used this?" How inappropriate considering the circumstances. It's like he's saying he did a good job or something. I looked at this picture, and it was the old man from this morning. He was posing with his thumb up. I lost my breath and managed to get out a, "Wow, yeah, how shitty." When I got home, I plopped into bed and my husband joins me. He falls asleep. I'm scrolling on my phone when all of a sudden he twitches and jolts awake. Concerned, I asked him if he was okay. He doesn't respond right away. He looked at me confused and then replies, "Yeah, but there was an old man with glasses that got in my face." Needless to say, I sought counsel and saged and salted the apartment. And my husband and we haven't seen the guy since. I felt kind of bad making him go, but I didn't know what to do. I already knew beforehand that Jane didn't believe in that stuff. She still doesn't know to this day. I hope he crossed over or found wherever he was supposed to go. Paranormal entity took the shape of my mom. A little backstory. When I was about 9 years old, a young woman moved into the trailer park down the street from my house. She appeared to be in her late teens, early 20s, tall and thin with long straight blonde hair and pale skin. We would always see her walking up and down the street, and she always seemed to act a little strange. She scared the daylights out of my parents one night as they were unloading groceries from the car. They snuck up behind them and asked them if they needed help, before asking if she could have some of the food. When cars began being broken into and having items stolen, many of the neighbors suspected it was this woman. She always seemed to pop up everywhere. One day I was out in front of my house playing hopscotch with my sister. We were about 3 at the time. My grandmother was inside keeping an eye on us through the window while she watched TV. She was babysitting while my parents were at work. Anyways, we were playing when I looked up and saw my mom walking down the street towards us. Now, I have to tell you, my mom was in her late 30s, and on the shorter side, a little overweight, and had very short, dark brunette hair. I remember this so clearly because I stood there staring at her in confusion for a good 10 seconds straight. First I wondered, why isn't Mom at work? Where's the car? What happened? Then I looked harder to make sure it was my mom, and I had no doubt that it was. To confirm this even more, at the moment my sister entered my confusion, she just yelled, "Mommy!" started to run towards her. Distracted by this, I moved my gaze away from my mom, in quotes, to look at my sister. She ran about 5 steps before stopping suddenly with her eyes wide. I looked back up at my mom, but this time it didn't look like my mom anymore. It was the young woman from the trailer park. Looked absolutely nothing like my mother. She was smiling at us and continued walking our way. My heart felt like it was going to fall out of my body as I grabbed my sister, pulled her inside the house as fast as I could. I thought about telling my grandma, but even as a kid I knew how crazy it sounded, so I never told her or my parents. The woman stopped coming around shortly after this happened, and everybody assumed that she moved away. To this day, it's always bothered me because I know it was real and I have no explanation for it. This experience still haunts me. So I was cleaning my upstairs bathroom when my younger brother came upstairs and says nothing. He just goes in the bedroom. Call out to him, "Yo, can you take your shower now?" He doesn't respond. So I call out again, still no response. So now, slightly angry that he was ignoring me, I marched in the bedroom and then my heart skipped. He wasn't there. That was when I kinda started freaking out. I ran down the stairs to the dining room and started hysterically rambling to my parents about how my brother had just disappeared. And then they laughed. "Your brother's in the kitchen," my dad said, putting his fork down. "You seeing ghosts?" "Maybe our house is haunted," my mom quipped. As soon as she says that, my brother walks past me when I saw he was wearing completely different clothes from the clothes I saw him wearing upstairs. It took a while for me to calm down, and I had insomnia for a while after that. Gambling-phone manipulation. I've been trying to make sense of a recent experience I had, which feels like a ghost story. I use a gambling app for football on my phone. Sunday I clicked on the app, looked at a specific football game's options. The Philadelphia Eagles versus the Green Bay Packers Sunday night game. When I opened the section for the same game parlays, several options lit up, and then faded away to the normal button color. For just a split second, my eyes saw the lit choices. My brain was able to remember 5 different options, although I know more were lit up at that one brief initial moment. I didn't have a long time, or really any time at all. It was only a fraction of a second, like a blink really. So I clicked on the 5 options. 4 individual players scored touchdowns, and the Eagles are plus 6.5. The selection of the 5 legs in one parlay gave odds of about maybe 4,500, which means that $450 are won for every $1 played. Excuse me. So I said, why not seeing that lit up buttons were unusual, and I'm typically alert to strange signs and coincidences. The game was a high-scoring game, and the Eagles won by 7. All of the legs of the bet hit, and I won big. The sum is very helpful, and I understand I'm very lucky, but I can't make sense of the buttons being lit up. My uncle was a huge Eagles fan. He passed when I was young. It feels like his presence or something was there. Even watching the game felt strange. All the legs of the bet flowed consistently, and by halftime I had 3 of the 5 legs of the bet won, and I just knew that I'd been given something by someone or some presence. Everyone I talk to about it doesn't seem to entertain the experience I know to be true. The bet is so unusual compared to any of my usual bets. My best guess is something supernatural. I now know that there is something beyond our understanding that can influence our physical environment. I'm not a gambler or a sports person, but send that ghost over here. I'm hungry. Spooky experience near Clayaloom, Washington. When I was 18, I went on my first trip alone to Seattle from Montana. I was alone with my dog. It was a pretty normal trip overall, except we were driving late at night. I was listening to the BBC talk show on AM, and they were talking about some subject I don't really remember, but it was spooky and the radio was super staticky. We were in the area of I-90 that doesn't have much signal, pretty much just 100% empty and quiet before the pass. I suddenly got really tired and my radio wasn't working, so I decided to pull off and sleep. I decided to pull off on a deserted exit with no services before Clayaloom. I believe it was called 6 Mile Road or something like that. Anyways, it was extremely dark. Couldn't see anything to my sides or in front of me. There was a fog on the road, swirling around just in front of my headlights. There was absolutely nothing around me for a mile, and the roads didn't veer off anywhere. After a bit of driving, I pulled up to this huge white and gray warehouse with no windows. There were several white vans and black cars parked around. They looked very expensive for being in the middle of nowhere. The warehouse was locked by a huge barbed wire fence. I backed up my car a bit and decided to park by some trees, since it didn't appear that anyone was around. Everything was still dark and silent. There was no wind except for a slight breeze carrying the fog around the cement. I turned my car off completely and wrapped myself up in my blanket, locked all my doors, and I was laying there trying to sleep. Looking at the time on my phone, it was 2 a.m. That same moment, my car started to physically shake. My dog started whining and hid behind the passenger chair, obviously distressed. I looked outside my window, but everything was pitch black without my headlights. Couldn't see anything, but my car was shaking back and forth and side to side, like something was grabbing it. I turned it on, freaking out, and backed up. There was still nothing around me at all except for the strange facility. There were no animals, no people, and my car stopped shaking as soon as I backed up. I had this horrible feeling of dread, and a feeling like I was being watched, that I wasn't supposed to be there. I left the area as fast as I could, and when I got back on the road, I noticed that my car's time was now 4:30 a.m. I had a quarter of a tank less gas. It was already getting light out. I don't remember going anywhere, and my phone's time matched the car. There's only 1 hour of time difference between Montana and Washington, so it wasn't that. I still to this day don't know what happened there. Tried looking at the area with my ex on Google Maps a year ago, and I found a weird government facility near Clayaloom with a weird name. That may have been the warehouse that I went to. I'll have to try to find it again. It definitely feels like something I should not have seen, or rather felt. My little brother's imaginary friend. I, a 25-year-old female, have always remembered these experiences from my childhood as the most confusing and scary times growing up. My brother is 3 years younger than me, and this all started happening when he was around 4 or 5. We can call my brother B. B, as a child, had health problems, needed a lot of different surgeries. He was in and out of the hospital often. The way my mom would tell this is that this all started with my brother having horrendous night terrors, so bad that he would sit upright in bed with a blood-curdling scream. He would be thrashing his arms and legs. When B would wake up, he would have no recollection of his dream. But as time went on, B started to talk to somebody at night, and his toy fire trucks would start to light up with the siren going off. My mom would wake up in the morning and the clocks would all be set to 2:15 a.m. In our house, we had a storage room under the stairs. The storage room was right next to B's and I's playroom. B would always say that John, in quotes, and his mom lived in that storage room, and he would go knock on the door and say, "Hi, John's mom. Can John come out and play with me and my sister?" I never really thought anything of it being a child and my parents telling me that B had an imaginary friend. B would want us to set us like an extra plate for John at the dinner table and buckle him into the car, etc. Would freak out completely if my parents didn't comply. We had weird things going on in the house. My baby dolls would go off non-stop to the point my mom took the batteries out and shoved the dolls in the bottom of the toy box. And in one specific situation still went off even without the batteries. We also had this motion sensor Big Bird plushie that constantly went off and when nobody was in the room, the toy would be turned off. This went on for at least a year. My mom said that the breaking point was my brother crying in the kitchen saying him and John got into a fight with B saying that I told John that we can't be friends anymore because I have bones and he doesn't. That same night, I woke up to a woman calling my name, standing at the side of my bed. When I rolled over and opened my eyes, she immediately asked me, "Where's John?" I didn't reply. She seemed to get upset and asked again, "Where's John?" I again didn't reply. I was so scared. Rolled over, closed my eyes. When I rolled back over, she was gone. So I booked it into my parents' room. My mom let me sleep in their bed for the night. The next night I remember my mom talking to a priest and another strange man. My mom has since told me the priest was to bless the house, and the other man was a medium to help John and his mom cross over. The medium was able to tell my mom that John and his mom passed away in a house fire, which has always messed with me because the main toy that went off was B's fire truck. I mean, it was set off every night. Was John trying to tell us something, and attached to B the last time he had surgery? After the blessing and encounter with the medium, John and his mom were never encountered again. Hope they found their way to the light. Mysterious, muddy boot prints. I'm a 38-year-old female, and I've thought about what I experienced I should pretty much share next. I have many, though. I've started these stories now on Reddit because it's an anonymous way to get all these out, and seen or heard. And this particular story is about the events that led up to a mysterious muddy footprint in my hallway that to this day I still have zero logical answer to explain away. When I was approximately 26 years old, I moved into a place all on my own. A tiny little 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment. I was tired of living with roommates, decided I'd live on my own without being bothered by anybody, and, well, happened to find an available apartment across the hall from my best friend's apartment. I knew her place to be pretty haunted. There were several experiences I had there, but figured living in my own apartment would be quiet, as when I walked in I didn't feel anything weird or off. However, that didn't last long. Soon as I'd heard hard footsteps coming from the vacant apartment above some nights while I'll be getting ready for bed, I'd also hear what sounded like someone rummaging around in my kitchen. This would cause the plates to clink together in a plink noise that I would later find to be a bear with a hard nose I'd have sitting on the countertop in the kitchen. There were also a couple of times where I'd been messed with too. One time when my sister left to get lunch while I napped, I was pushed roughly into my bed. I could feel the hand against the back of my shoulder pushing me hard into my bed as I lay on my side. Then another time when I just laid down in bed one night only to have someone blow in my face. I could even hear the sound of it leaving their mouth and feel my hair sweep away from my face as I laid there. Each time I'd inspect my entire apartment. All of my windows would be down and locked and the front door completely locked and secure. All 4 locks. It was after these times that my cousin, we'll call her Key, they had asked if she could move in for a little while to share the space. She wanted to move away from her parents' home, and I honestly wanted her good nature and presence to calm my nerves and put me on a good path. But a few days it seemed like things were better. I wasn't hearing any rummaging in my kitchen, no footsteps above me, and certainly no pushing or blowing in my face. C had already partially moved in and decided that she wanted to go out for the evening to spend time with a friend and to grab some remaining boxes from her parents' house. Knowing she wouldn't be home for a while, I decided I'd lock all the locks on the door, take a long shower, the kind where you let the water take away all the stress of the day. I let her know that I'd be locking the locks and to call me to let me know she was almost home so I could make sure the deadbolt was unlocked. With her gone, I waved goodbye from the window facing the street where she was parked and hopped in the shower. About 10 to 15 minutes into my shower, I heard the door open and slam shut as if someone was angry. For some reason, it didn't dawn on me that I'd locked the locks up, so I thought to myself, is he angry about something? What happened? I then hear what sounded like somebody walking down the hallway carrying a heavy box. I heard it being placed on the bed in her room, which was directly across the hallway from the bathroom. Someone walked back toward the door, open it, and slam it shut again. Thought to myself, okay, I guess she's angry about something. I'll catch her when she comes back in, and I'm out. Then the door opens again and slams shut. I hear the sound of her coming back down the hallway, putting another box down and walking down the hallway. During this time, I was thinking, okay, no, she's angry. Let me catch her before she leaves to find out what in the world's going on. So I rushed to get a towel. Hear the door slam as I'm quickly drying off and wrapping myself and my hair in a towel. I rush out of the bathroom and run straight to the window in the living room. No C, no car. There's no way she could have driven off that fast, right? So I pick up my phone in the living room and give her a call. Ask why she left in such a hurry, slamming the door. She let me know that she hadn't been back home since she left, just made it to her destination. I just said, okay then, I'll let you get back to your friend. I hung up the phone. I then went walking back toward the shower to get back in and noticed wet, muddy boot prints going from the door all the way to the bathroom. They appeared to stop at the bathroom door like a person just stopped and stood there. In the last set, there was water surrounding the muddy prints. I was baffled. I knew it couldn't have been me. I was clean as I'd been in the shower for some time and had made sure I dried my body off, wrapped my hair in a towel, made sure my feet were dry so I wouldn't slip and slide down the hallway. So I looked into C's room just to prove her wrong because I heard somebody walk in with boxes. No boxes. Just her cat sitting there looking at me perplexed. So I walked back down the hallway and it dawned on me. I'd locked the doors. As I walked closer to the door, sure enough, all locks were locked, even the deadbolt that was only able to unlock and lock from the inside. So I made my usual rounds around the apartment, seeing that all the windows were closed and locked as well. I've told this story many times to friends and family. None of us can come up with a reason why there'd be muddy prints on the floor. Yeah, I was in the shower, but why would my feet be covered in mud if I've been in the apartment all day? I'd made sure to stop and rub them dry with my towel before running out of the bathroom. Also, if it were my cousin coming home, she doesn't wear boots, nor was it rainy. It was a sunshiny bright outside. Don't like that. Repeated visits from a spirit since childhood. Should I be worried? It had been a few years since the spirit visited me, but last night reminded me of all those horrifying nights as a kid. My paranormal experience seemed insignificant to me as a child, but as I shared them with others, I often got weird looks and concerning comments. These visits occurred pretty often as a kid and a teenager, but I'm in my 20s now. Recently, I've been visiting my grandparents down in Florida for the past few nights. My dad and I had to share a room, separate twin beds. He's pretty old and gets up to use the bathroom a lot. I had a very strange and vivid dream, which is very common for me. When I woke up in the middle of the night, I opened my eyes, peeked through the bottom of my eye mask. I saw what I thought to be my father walk from our bedside to the door to use the restroom. But when I lifted the mask to check on him, my father was sound asleep in his bed a few feet from mine. The dream itself was enough to make me wake up with a feeling of fear, but the feeling of some sort of presence added to it. This feeling is familiar to me, so I knew it really wasn't anything to be worried about, as nothing actually bad has really happened from it. I turned in my bed to get comfy, get back to sleep. But then my bed started rocking. It felt like somebody was manually pushing the side of it, like a shaking you'd get from almost like being on a boat. I'm really not sure how to describe it other than being quite unsettling. It's significant enough to keep me awake, mostly from fear of what the fuck is shaking my bed. I eventually calmed myself down. The shaking rocked me back to sleep, oddly enough. I woke up this morning recalling all the times this occurrence used to happen in my childhood. I brushed off these events as a kid because, well, nothing ever really came of them. I'd wake up at night and either be rocked back to sleep or I'd feel someone touching my back, or other times I'd hear their breath. Sometimes I'd wake up so paralyzed with fear that I was too scared to move with that presence and that feeling. It would happen in different locations, beds, houses, or even hotels. So whatever it is doesn't seem to be attached to the location, but to me, I suppose. I'm not well versed in paranormal events, spirits, ghosts, and whatnot, so I figured maybe somebody here could have a theory as to what's going on. My running theory is that some dead relative is trying to comfort me. I was adopted from a very bad household situation out of the country, so I'm not in touch with any blood relatives. So you think. Old house, loud noises that have started to reoccur after 10 years. Backstory as far as we know from the house. It was a first home for a couple with no kid. The wife lived into her 50s and the husband lived into his 80s. But they passed away whilst abroad. No information on their character or reputation as people. So 30 years ago, my parents bought a house that's 100 plus years old. It's detached and pretty good distance from our next neighbor. Suburban, but also a bit away. Before they moved into the house, the neighbors were having work done. And our house at the time was forgotten and pretty derelict. The builders said that the neighbors, they saw their elderly neighbor from our now current house walking down the garden arm and, well, walking down the garden arm in arm, and it was very sweet. Neighbors were quick to confirm the builders, well, nobody lived there for over 14 years, so it couldn't be possible. Mom and Dad moved in with my two older brothers. Things started to happen. Nothing malicious, more in a cheeky way, like objects around the house would go missing. Then they'd reappear in the most bizarre places. Footsteps above the doors, shutting footsteps running up and down the stairs. These are just to name a few, and with very minor details attached to them. If you're in the house alone, you hear what could only be described as someone dragging a piano from the attic, dropping it, and repeatedly getting louder until you have to leave the house. Anyway, with all this happening, my dad was a solid non-believer at the time. I guess most would say that it was sleep paralysis. However, this happened a few nights in a row, and my dad would see this elderly gentleman with loads of crates in his face be standing at the end of his bed. My mom loves the DNA and history stuff. Found out the husband who lived here before, who was a widower, passed away abroad. Had acne very bad, causing severe scarring in his face. Anyway, trying to cut a huge story very short, this stuff happened up until my mom and dad divorced. Dad stayed in the house and extended it, and things stopped happening. Fast forward 15 years later. I now live here, along with my two older brothers and their own families. House is fairly big and open plan, so it doesn't feel like we really live on each other. Fell over myself. So it doesn't feel like we live upon each other. Motorcycle started outside my yard. Sorry. 4 months ago, I was home alone, and my bedroom is situated downstairs opposite the stairs. I heard someone running up and down the stairs constantly, about 5 times. But the last time never coming back down. Reminder, everybody was not in the country, not possible to be a family member. Since then, everyone's experiencing the slamming of doors, the dragging sounds, and large footsteps. We had my sister-in-law's brother stay over during Christmas. Now, the house is open-planned and we don't want to be spooking him, so we didn't tell him about the recent creepy noises. 2 nights he stayed, and he told us the first night that he had dragging and low footsteps above him. And the second, somebody was going up and down the stairs, so he had to check if it was one of us. So in all, there's around 7 of us living here. Some INC separate from the house. And everybody's hearing these dragging and awful sounds from family to guests. I've heard thuds, and truth be told, a believer. But I don't understand why I'm hearing the dragging noises, but my family are. And also, why has this started again after so many years of nothing? Was it a bad thing or a good thing? And for context, I'm a 25-year-old female. I live with my brothers and dad and their other halves. Other halves have experienced the negative happenings, dragging, bolts, and locking. My dad has, but not so much me and my other brother who live in the house. Feeling tormented in my new home. Any advice is welcome. My boyfriend, my dog, and I just moved cross-country into a very old town with a dark history. We're renting a home, and since day one I felt uneasy about the basement. My dog has had extremely abnormal behavior whenever going to the basement as well. While staring into the room that makes my hair stand up, he began urinating. No squat or anything. That's before running up the stairs and refusing to come down for several days. Anytime I have to go down, it's a sickening feeling and an overwhelming fight-or-flight response. I've seen a tall shadow multiple times. Doors in the basement opening and slamming, and so much more. Where do I go from here? I'm uncomfortable being in my own home. I'd love to know the history of the house if there is anything, but I don't really know where to start. Any advice is welcome. There's much more if anybody wants more information. I'm most worried about whenever darkness is in the basement. Update. Thank you, everybody. I feel like with each passing day, things become more real. I set up 2 cameras, one in the basement, one in the hallway leading to the basement. I've read so much about orbs not being much proof, but one in the hallway has caught 4 orbs at 4 a.m. Only most nights. We also discovered the house has been cleansed previously with sage oil crosses above every doorway, windows, and mirrors except in the basement. I've spoken with several very spiritual people, and they recommend salt, sage, and blessing the home. I placed salt down, and it was gifted sage, but I don't believe it was a good idea for me to use it, especially because at this time I lack the courage to face whomever's taking up her space confidently. I've contacted a local church to see about having the home blessed. I've been using positive affirmations to help keep positive energy upstairs. It's a small town and has been difficult to track down records, but so far I've learned of an officer who may have passed away in the home in 1967. Ask Reddit 1. About a month ago, my friend came over to my house to hang out. There were 5 of us. It was about 7 p.m. We decided to go to this playground up the street from my house. While we were there, we decided that we should go to our old elementary school playground to get frozen yogurt before. After we got frozen yogurt and was driving there, we were talking about our elementary school's nature walk. And we were also talking about how we should go and walk through it again. My friend parked in the back of the school, which I didn't know there was parking there. We got out. We were walking around the school, just remembering old memories of us running around the field. I finally said that I didn't think it was a good idea for us to walk on the nature walk because it was getting dark. They all agreed, and we walked from the back of the school to the front. There were 2 people on the swings when we got there, but they left shortly after. Then 2 other people came with their mom. We saw them at the frozen yogurt place, and one was my old friend of mine's sister. My friends and I were just having fun. After the mom left with the 2 girls, we stayed there for about 20 more minutes until it was almost too dark. We honestly shouldn't have been there. We're in college, but we did have a lot of fun. When we were walking about to my friend's car, we were talking about something inappropriate. We got a weird vibe and chill walking back behind the school, but I ignored it. Something happened where my friends were kind of arguing and we were talking about it because it was inappropriate to talk about at an elementary school. They all of a sudden, in the corner of my eye, I see a light. I stop everybody and I say, "Did I just see that?" We heard a door swing open and we sprinted for the car. All of us, we jump in, my friends locked the doors and zoomed out of there so fast. We drove back to my house and we were all like, "What the fuck just happened?" No one was at the school at all. It's a tiny school and the parking was kind of limited. That scared all of us, and we don't know what happened, but we all agreed that we had a bad vibe walking back. Ask Reddit 2. I've had deja vu experiences before, but this was always slightly different. Once when I was 14 or so, I was standing in the kitchen drinking water or something. That's when all of a sudden I had an almost sudden urge to put my water down and begin aimlessly searching through the medicine cabinet. It was as if somebody had been doing what I was doing before and came back to tell me to do something specific. Almost invariably after, within 3 to 15 seconds, my parents would suddenly come home or show up quietly and run into me, and I would be completely unaware of their presence or arrival beforehand. Originally, I just chalked it up to me having some sort of guilty conscience and trying to get out of trouble, but it happened in many situations across my life. Even if there was no danger or risk of, really being in trouble being present. Sometimes I'd be laying in bed late at night when suddenly I'd feel a quick sense of immense worry and feel like practically being told to get up and pick something lying in my room. Or just stand there menacingly for no reason. Nothing would happen and eventually the feeling would subside, and I would go back to bed, but this odd urge keeps happening throughout my life and sometimes even got me out of trouble growing up. 60% of the time I got instructions somebody would enter soon or after or under a minute. I would always, it was a net positive feeling. It varied in specificity. It varied in its specificity instructions too. Sometimes it would just say to drop what I was currently doing and vacate the room as fast as possible, while other times it would give me guided instructions on doing something seemingly random that never amounted to anything. It technically really never said for me to do such and such like a set of instructions, but instead felt like a half deja vu, half internal motivation feeling that gave loose instructions. I've never really mentioned it to anybody simply because of how hard it would be to explain. I didn't want people to think I was insane or anything, since even I obviously realize it sounds really odd. But it occurs anywhere between once every year or so every couple of months, so I can't really forget about it. You might have a touch of hypervigilance. Not discrediting or discounting what you're saying, though. Ask Reddit 3. I'll preface this by saying I'm a secular person, no belief in those ethereal or religious things. But I still think about this. It still gives me pause. I was a host for the dinner at Victorian Manor, Larnax Castle, or Larnax Castle. Guests would come and stay in the lodgings, and they'd come to dinner in the old dining room itself. A real treat for those who traveled so far. Most nights my job was to entertain and serve the people staying on the grounds. The dining room could seat 14 at a table. Not many really, so if there were even more, then we'd extend another room. The music room. We'd set up 4 large trestle tables, push them together, and kind of place over a large elegant tablecloth to make it appear as one large banquet table. Now listen, the quote-unquote castle, it's just a big manor home. It's large, cold, creaky, and old. Everything moves and shifts, pipes rattle, floorboards squeak. But this room, the music room, something about it was off. Can't quite describe the feeling. Even in daytime, the room felt oppressive and heavy. It was a large room where you'd enter through a small dark passage. Tall windows which never seemed to let in the sun. A fire which never quite warmed the space. The only thing that seemed to liven the room was the guests, or anybody who played the very old piano. A good night of hearty conversation, laughter, and dancing. Well, it set the tone most times. People could enjoy themselves and tell stories of their travels, punctuated by a wash of beer and wine. Even in quiet times, there was an air of civility, respect for the place, and its history. But empty before or after, there was something about it. Sometimes tourists wouldn't enter. They stood outside looking in, and when asked, they'd either say that they'd rather not enter, or say nothing at all. At first, I didn't exactly see why. I'd spent many nights going all the way to the top of the castle, entering each room and pulling the cord for the lights and closing the doors. Always just before midnight up the stairs to the top floor and working my way down, I was always asked to do this. It never felt scary or frightening to me. But for some reason, whenever asked, and even before I knew where, my job was to open curtains in the music room, I always did feel unsettled. I would keep my face down, turned to the side, and I firmly refused to see my reflection in the window. Sometimes in my mind, it just told me that I shouldn't. I discovered eventually that I could liven the room through music. Of course, each dinner that we played music from in a crappy plastic CD player, some drivel from the Victorian era, which really, no one on staff really wanted to hear and had heard millions of times. But there also was the piano. I was bold enough to play some nights. I knew a few era pieces. The guests would applaud, I'd take a small bow and get back to service. Sometimes, though, I was too tired or was simply too busy. But this is where I think I made my mistake. The first time, I guess I didn't really notice. The shadow in the corner of your eye is pretty easy to dismiss, and a light in a room turning back on is surely faulty wiring. A little shadow moving out of the door, that's your mind playing tricks. When those off nights began to frequent my staff, well, they weren't quite feeling it. The guests were quiet, the room felt cold. And after the guests left, the empty room even seemed a different color. No one wanted to clear it, not for the tables, the chairs, or even the tablecloth. I remember the first time that things felt wrong, and I mean truly wrong. It had been a rough night. It was me and one other waiter. The guests had left. We'd basically done all we needed to do. So I sent her home. The chef had left some time after dessert, just me left in the building. I ascended the stairs to turn off the lights, replaying the night in my head to figure out what went wrong. It seemed a perfectly calm night to me. So what gives? I switched off every light in every other room in the building, made my way down to the music room. I looked in. Couldn't bring myself to enter. I knew I had to go in, but I just couldn't. I left the table set up for the morning crew. When I left the castle, I looked back. I saw the parlor light at the very top of the castle was back on. I huffed, but I went all the way back up, frustrated to turn it off again. I ensured this time the switch was off. I leave again. I head to the car. I look back and the light's on. I leave it this time in the window. I think I see something moving. I don't go back in this time. And it's a while before the next instance of this sort of thing. The night manager started staying behind late to help pack down. This one night it had been a long one, so thankfully the chef had made up some food for us halfway else, so we'd be, exhausted otherwise. I hadn't played piano this night. I simply wanted to go home. I had dismissed my wait staff, I turned off every light upstairs, and it was just me and the night manager. I moved chairs from the music room to storage. I kept it up 2 at a time, quick as I could. I wanted to be done. I saw the manager washing dishes in the kitchen as I walked past each time, steadily working away, clattering and splashing in the sink. Great, I thought. We'll be out of here in no time. I've got the 2 last chairs from the head of the room, just the table and the tablecloth, which were still neatly arranged in the room. I stacked the 2 chairs in storage, make my way back, and slow as I approached the music room. From the entrance, I can see the corner of the tablecloth is folded over. Halfway over the bottom corner of the table, I can still hear the manager in the kitchen. I'd just seen her as I walked past. Absolutely no time for someone of her age to have moved that far that quickly. I approached the table slowly. I knew it could have only been myself that had done this, but it was folded over in such a way that I surely would have remembered doing so. It seemed intentional, as if moved in preparation to be folded. I set my hands down on the table, simply confused. I felt this immense weight. Suddenly, I couldn't move. I felt a sharp cold move through my body as I was forced closer and closer to the table. I panicked and I yelled, "Get off!" But I didn't know why. I managed to thrust myself sideways in my arms and walked swiftly back to the kitchen just around the corner. I looked to the night manager and simply said, "I think we should go." She looked at me and then she looked past me and replied, "Yes, I think we should." I didn't turn around. We literally stopped exactly what we were doing and simply left. We walked to the car park across the lawn. I didn't look back until I was at the car. I didn't want to believe it, and I still don't. But it still makes me feel sick. The parlor light was on and there was someone in the window. I didn't stay there much longer and decided to leave a few weeks after that, actually. And if it was a busy night, I gave the music room guests to my waiters. I didn't go back in at all after that night. It's been just over a decade since I worked there. I visited in autumn this year, though. I stepped into that room and I gave the old piano keys a few chords from Chopin. Somehow it felt right. But I cannot forget that feeling from that one night. My eyes well up retelling this now. It doesn't even seem that wild, but that awful weight. I don't think I'll ever return again. Gnome in my attic. When I was 15, I moved into my sister's old room and soon heard something crawling in the attic above me. I told my mom, and she never believed me until one day she was in my room and heard it as well. My stepdad crawled in that attic several times since then. Something to do with construction. He said he never saw any rat or droppings or any sign of anything up there. I also recently spoke with him and he assured me that the attic is sealed off, so nothing can get in, nothing at all. It's been 17 years and I still hear something crawling up there whenever I'm in this house. I've never thought of it being a gnome until recently, because I'm kind of obsessed with seeing one. I believe one actually randomly removed a stain from my clothes several months ago. Helpful gnome. My overalls were sitting on a chair for a few days and I remembered the stain. I go check and it's gone. Swear. It was on the chair drying instead of going into the dryer because I didn't want the stain to cook into the fabric. Thought I would try to remove it later. A few days later, nothing was ever there. I've left offerings from time to time, so maybe they're throwing me a bone. Last week, my friend and I are laying on his mat on the floor in said house. We hear some sort of drum roll within the mat or below, as if someone was tapping it with their fingers. I asked, "Did you hear that?" He's just like, "Yep." I'm like, "What the fuck?" And right then, something crashes into something right outside the window. The drumming stopped. It was so weird. My stepdad again confirmed the only thing beneath us is concrete, so he's starting to wonder as well. I get home the other day and right in the entryway is like this canvas painting on the wall. For some reason, I saw a blue orb shining through the canvas. I thought, that's odd. Is there a device behind here? Nope, there wasn't. I'm starting to hear knocks right around that wall now, too. A few weeks ago in the same house, I woke in the middle of the night and heard tapping on my mirror. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm seeing something from the corner of my eye, but my vision's been iffy since COVID, so who knows? Oh, also in the beginning, I sort of shut down and woke up a wooden flute playing in my ear. 3 knocks at the door at night when no one's there. I've had spiritual experiences in life and at this house, so I don't know if it's multiple things or just fae. Featherfoot. To set the scene, I was living with my mother as well as 2 brothers, ages 12 and 15, me being the youngest, 8 turning 9. And I live in Australia, where there's a belief that if you mistreat children, they will be visited and sometimes taken by the Featherfoot. Okay, so I was young and don't really remember much from that time because unfortunately I've repressed a lot of memories. We had no father around and mom was always either intoxicated or UTI, so she always had a lot of guys coming over to visit at any hour. Intoxicated or UTI? Ow. Moving on. On this particular day, I don't remember many details. All I know is that my grandmother and grandfather dropped me off at Mom's house after going ice skating. I was sore from falling over a lot and exhausted from the trip, so I walk inside my front glass sliding door into the lounge where I announce my arrival to no response. I shrug my shoulders and lay down on the couch with my chocolate milk and basically pass right out after turning the TV on. I wake up almost as if I was struck by lightning because I'm like sitting up before I realize I'm awake, heart pounding and drenched in sweat. I take a few breaths and I feel like I've been running for the whole time I was sleeping. I rub my eyes and I can hear my TV playing the Men in Black theme song. I remember giggling at the weird worm aliens in the video. Can't remember all the time. I know it was dusk and the sun was just finishing its descent. I watched for a little while longer, then I stood and started turning to go to the kitchen, where I stood frozen. Standing around 5 feet behind the glass door, looking right into my eyes, there was an almost 7-foot figure standing in my front yard, not moving an inch, still staring right in my eyes, and I yell, Mom's not here right now, so fuck off. Thinking or hoping maybe it was one of her friends. I felt cold and shivers just ran up my spine as a car drove down the street lighting up the humanoid. I could see he had wings like an angel, 4 of them shining and reflecting in the light of the car, and it was covered in pitch black feathers. It was at this point my heart sank. I fell to my knees and I just started bawling my eyes out. I cried for what felt like hours, wiping tears from each eye, separating, just taking my eyes off it until it was swallowed by the dark of the night. Sliding back until I was flush against the wall, I just sat there staring at the darkness behind the glass door. That was until my family came back, after turning the lights on, of course. Now that I think back on it, I don't know why I started crying. Inside, I just felt a sadness so heartbreaking I can't even explain it. Never seen it again. Also, it's the only paranormal experience I've had. Seems substantial. Unwanted house guest. Hey everyone. I'm going to try to keep this relatively short. I do want to make a few disclaimers before sharing the story. I don't necessarily believe in very paranormal instances. However, I've had very strange coincidental events happen that I started to really think they're not just coincidence. The 2 events, though, I've been living with things. My childhood dog and an ex either before death or before a serious medical issue happening. I won't get into them unless asked, due to possible importance, but I just want it to be known. Due to those 2 events, somebody said I seem to be clairsentient, but I don't know. Anyway, this is a separate event that has really freaked me out. To give some background on the house, the story and people who lived in it. My significant other and I, we are a male 26-year-old and a female 25-year-old. We had the opportunity to buy his grandmother's house. They said grandmother 91 is a wonderful, extremely religious woman who's sadly in a nursing home until she passes due to dementia. This woman has lived in her house for 70 years, 50 or so being alone as her husband passed that long ago. I don't really know how or where he passed. She never remarried or dated. Her house is being offered to family members, first at least, before going onto the market. The house looked like it was from the 1950s, as in nothing inside seemed to have changed. Wallpaper, carpets, doors, and windows. My significant other, which I'm going to now from here on just call your girlfriend. My girlfriend and I went to visit the house Saturday night because it was the only spare time that we both had to really look into the house. The family is giving him 1 week to decide. We parked in the driveway to see a light on in the living room. We thought somebody may be in the house, but it turns out it was a light that stays on just to look like someone's home, you know? So we got inside and my girlfriend stated some things, like posters had been moved in her living room from the bedroom to seemed kind of odd. To him. Scrolling back up. I don't know anymore. However, family does have access to the house, and a health person comes to the house for paperwork. I've been in this house a few times before to visit his grandmother and felt fine with the environment. When I stepped into the house, my chest instantly tightened, like fight or flight tightening. That had never happened to me before. Well, we went through the house that needed a lot of work. The last room we looked at was his grandmother's room, and well, it was also stated by my girlfriend or boyfriend that the only dresser in the room may have been his grandfather's, and that we wouldn't keep it. When we left the room to go downstairs to leave the house, there's a small side table at the entryway to the bedroom inside my bedroom. I don't know if my boyfriend accidentally hit the table while leaving the room, but a picture fell. I was still in the room and made a joke that it was an omen. I'm not a fan of the house with all the work that needs to be done, so for the price, it was being asked for at least. My boyfriend bent down to pick up the picture that fell onto the table. He picked it up and looked at it. An old-style trifold frame of Mary holding Jesus. Now, I'm not religious at all, nor do I know a lot about biblical references, but I know when something seems off. The feeling I had from the beginning and then that picture falling just made me extremely uncomfortable. What attacked me? Dream encounter I don't know. This happened about 10 years ago. I was 19 at the time. A little context. I'd moved from my parents' house at the age of 17 for college. My dad passed away a year later. My mom got really depressed, 27 years married. So me and one of my older sisters decided to move back in with her to keep her company and help the best we could. On that particular weekend, my mom went on a trip with my aunts, and it was just me and my sister in the house. From a kid, I never liked my parents' room. It had a weird vibe, but I decided to sleep in my mom's room because of the TV. This story has two versions, mine and my sister's, but we'll start with mine. I fell asleep watching movies. The bathroom doors and the front of the bedroom door I slept in. In the early hours, being 4 or 5 a.m., I woke up to a tall figure standing in this hallway. It's between the two doors, and thought it was my sister. She's very tall and a sleepwalker, so I called her name. When I did, the thing just ran and jumped at me, held me down. During the attack, I thought it was a real person, like a burglar or something. It was on top of me, held one of my arms up, and with the other arm it shut my mouth. It held my arm with its elbow. All I could see was the eyes, big blue eyes. Beautiful even. No face, just this figure with eyes. I struggled, and for a second its hand from my mouth, so I screamed at the top of my lungs. My sister woke up and ran to my room. The thing jumped from me, and I saw it go past my sister through the door. I screamed for her to catch it, to run and shut the door back of the house. She just stood there saying, "What? Where? There's no one here. You're dreaming. Wake up." The neighbor showed up at our gate calling my mom because he woke with a scream. I was really terrified. And that was it. Nobody saw anything, just me. The only proof I had was a purple bruise on my arm where its elbow was holding me down. My sister says that when she got to the room, I was laying looking at the ceiling. My memory is different. I was sitting up on the bed. Am I being pranked? I think the ghost is messing with me. Can they do that? It's almost comical, but I'm starting to think I'm cracking up. A few years ago, I discovered my mom's wedding rings went missing. I tore the house apart. Found some empty jewelry boxes in the guest room closet, which was pretty strange. I eventually gave up looking, and I assumed that they were stolen by a cleaning lady or something. A year later, I went out to dinner, pulled out a small jewelry box and put on some earrings. I wore the earrings, came home to find the missing wedding rings placed in this tiny box. Weird, eh? After that, nothing too strange happened. Until now. I was staging the house to sell, and I had to move all my office equipment into the garage. So I boxed up my keyboard, my mouse, etc. After the move, I was setting up my new office. Mouse was missing. Searched everywhere, unpacked every box. Weeks go by, and I just end up getting a new one. A few weeks after that, I stop at the car wash and clean, vacuum, and scrub the leather seats. This car is clean, y'all. I go home, park the car, do normal TV things, and go to bed. The next morning, I leave to get breakfast. A stupid missing mouse is sitting there. It's right in the middle of the seat in the car in my locked garage. Like, what? Last week, I was working alone all day at home, as I do every day. Left the house for 2 hours, and when I returned home, several kitchen drawers are wide open. Empty drawers. Nothing's missing. Not even from the one right next to them with the cash and the credit cards in it. Why would a ghost steal a stupid Apple mouse and return it 3 months later? Why would a person, for that matter, even? I've now changed all the locks and reset every code and set up cameras like a crazy person. Human or non-human entity, I guess I'll figure it out eventually. Let him borrow it. See ya. Greetings, seekers of the strange, the paranormal kind. Welcome to Paranormal M, where we uncover the secrets that lurk in the shadows. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. Drop a comment, help the algorithm, and embark on a journey into the mysterious with us. Prepare to be amazed. I met a tall man in the woods. This story takes place during the summer I was 15. This is a very true story about a small encounter that I had. I was living with my dad and stepmother at the time. I remember my stepmother throwing a royal fit about buying me new school clothes because I had let a few pairs of pants get holes in them. Still wore them. It was my first year going into high school and I wasn't going to let her spoil that for me, so I went to stay with my grandparents for the summer to earn some money. They live in a remote small area that was once home to many native tribes, most prominently the Quinault tribe. It's a very secluded place despite being only a mile or so away from the highway, so it's all lush, gorgeous forest. My grandpa had built his own 3-story house and a shop where he had cut and assembled cedar into roofing products. That's where I came in, hauling heavy chunks of cedar to his van, stacking, nailing, cinching up shake and shingles into bundles to be sold. I made good money while there, and I was able to buy an entire new wardrobe. As summer was coming to an end and it was too hot to work, I decided to take a walk one day. Now let me say that I spent my childhood roaming these woods. Armed with my grandparents' 2 dogs, we ran and played and napped all day. I had never seen anything out of the ordinary, or even gotten any weird vibes. I waited until it was a bit cooler in the evening and started out, walking a little path that would take me out to an old unused logging road. I had tread this path so many times that I wasn't even paying attention till I felt I was being watched. I would like to note, I was pretty young at the time. I had yet to touch drugs or alcohol, and I have no history of hallucination or mental illness along those lines. What I saw still haunts me to this day. There he was, standing naked in the middle of my path, looking down at me with a blank expression. He was tall, maybe 7 feet, much taller than my 5 nothing. He had long matted black and gray hair, and there were tufts of it growing from the sides of his arms and legs as well. There were no genitals, only smooth flesh where they should be. And his skin, it was such a sickly pale yellow and looked to be too big for stature, and it hung in some spots. We made eye contact as yellow orbs felt like they were staring into my soul. I couldn't move or think. Everything had gone silent around me. The next 10 or so seconds of my life seemed to stretch out. We just stood, looking at each other. That was before he swiftly turned and walked back into the trees. The foliage went undisturbed, and he melted through it and disappeared. I honestly expected him to charge me or at least be intimidating, but he just turned and left. I haven't seen him since either, nor am I too enthusiastic to go out looking. I remember telling my grandma about it, but she told me it was probably just drug addicts, and, well, they are in the area that she lives in at least. Has a very high number of users and manufacturers of methamphetamine. I don't know too much about meth, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't remove your genitals. Might be something else. I think my father is trying to contact me from the dead. I don't know what to think. Please help. Hi all, my name is Daniel, and I live alone. Just for a bit of context, my father passed away in May of last year, coming on to 2 years. He and I were extremely close, and since his passing, I've been feeling really, really down, and I've been mourning his loss since. I'm not really one to believe in the paranormal, but a ton of strange things have happened since his passing. I can't explain any of them. Someone please help me if they can with what they think and what I can do. The first strange occurrence that happened was a random-ass phone call, just a month after his passing. However, the strange part about this is that my phone had never rang, nor were there any other phones in the house. My first thought was that there was an intruder in my house, and after searching the entire house, checking security cameras, nothing turned up. I chalked it up to my mind playing tricks on me, so I brushed it off. That sadly wasn't the final occurrence. Fast forward a few months, and again that phone just starts up again, and this time, me and my friend were in the house just talking about personal stuff. That's when the phone went off. We both heard it. The noise literally sounded as if it was in front of us, not from a distance away. And for a second time, this time I and my friend started searching. This time we went into the attic, the basement. Still nothing. This is where I started getting paranoid. The following set of occurrences happened just in the span of the last couple of months from September. Went all the way to just 3 days ago, on the 21st of September. It was a chilly day, so I kept every window closed, put on a show on the television. It was a show my father and I used to sit back to and enjoy, and suddenly I get hit with a gust of wind. I checked to see if it was the window that had maybe not been shut all the way, but every single window was closed. Now I knew for sure something was up. 2 months later is probably the most weirdest thing to happen. As I just came home from work, I get a call on my phone and it says no caller ID. This was around the time I was answering important calls for work, so I pick it up. However, there's static on the other end, and just faintly before the call ended, I heard what sounded like my dad saying my name before the call hung up. I instantly called my service provider to see if they could track the call, but nothing showed up on their end. No bill, no call history, nothing. I had no idea what to think, and as I'm typing this, I still don't know how to wrap my head around this. However, the most disturbing thing to happen was a few nights ago. I was heading to bed because I had to go to work early that morning, and before closing my eyes, I hear what sounded like a groan coming from 5 feet in front of me. I instantly searched the area and nothing was there. I didn't get sleep that night, and I felt a pain in my chest from that moment. And just about an hour ago, I felt another gust of wind in my room with everything closed. Not sure if this was a big coincidence or whether there was actually something there. This story is from a few years ago. I'm from India, and we used to live in a joint family of 8 with my maternal grandparents. I've had a few experiences in this ancestral home where things go missing and appear a couple of days, hearing family members call out to me when they actually didn't. A few instances of seeing shadows and other things move at the corner of my eye. Moving on to the story. We've never had any dogs as pets due to my family's staunch belief in Islam. Didn't know that was a thing. We happened to get a puppy for a friend and, due to unavoidable reasons, had to keep the puppy at home for a night. The puppy cried all night, and around 2:30 a.m. my grandma called me and my uncle and asked us to keep the puppies upstairs. I was away from their room as it was a constant disturbance. So we decided to keep the puppy in my bathroom until morning where the puppy continued to cry. It was around 3 a.m. when the puppy finally stopped and I was about to sleep. That's when suddenly I heard something that sounded like a pretty clear whisper in my ear. The pup started crying loudly once again. This freaked me out because when we were growing up, we were taught that dogs could see ghosts and spirits. I still don't know whether this was all a coincidence or whether there's something more to it. You can't have a dog, huh? Haunted Roads, Clinton Road, West Milford, New Jersey. I recently came across this awesome list of haunted roads. Decided to look into each one listed. Some are more spooky than others, but I decided to start out with the one that piqued my interest the most. In addition to having the country's longest wait for a traffic light, 5-minute average, Clinton Road is known for not only being haunted, but also for legends of sinister groups meeting in secret. The 2-lane 18th century road, desolate and only recently, completely paved. It's also rumored to be a popular dump site for organized crime members, with one instance of this being confirmed in the 1980s. Hauntings and Oddities, Ghost Boy Bridge. Some tales say that if you leave a quarter on the yellow line on the bridge over Clinton Brook, Dead Man's Curve, that the ghost of a boy who died there will return it to you. Some other legends state that the same ghost boy will push you over the edge of the bridge to keep you from being hit by a car as he was. The haunted Camaro belonging to a girl who supposedly crashed in the late 1980s. Slurred that. In the legends, any mention of driving at night will trigger this haunting. One person claimed that they were camping near Terrace Pond and came upon 2 park rangers. It was later found that the park rangers were killed in the 1930s while on the job. Ghost cars. On an episode of the Travel Channel's Most Haunted, some claim that they've been chased by only the headlights of phantom cars that trailed them till they reached the end of the road, while others have claimed to see ghost trucks. Strange animals. There have been claims of seeing a hellhound named Wolfie as well as other strange creatures. While some do not, believe this to be supernatural, they do believe that the mutated animals could have been survivors from the former jungle habitat attraction that closed in the 1970s. The Cross Castle, built in 1905. Destroyed just 14 years later, the castle sat near the reservoir until it was gutted by fire, leaving only the stone walls standing. In the 50s, it became a popular spot for teenagers to drink and do drugs. It was eventually demolished in the 1980s as an attractive nuisance. But the foundation remains. Accounts range from people seeing strange figures standing around and having severe seizures that left them with strange bruises. The Druidic Temple. This one is easily debunked as it's just a former iron smelter that was built in the 1800s. But despite this, many have claimed that it's the site of a Druidic worship, and that's where they do rituals. It's not easy to get into after having been gated off for public safety. West Milford, that's where my dad was born. Didn't know any of those. Paranormal or unexplained experiences. Late to the party, but I'll share anyway. Call me crazy, but I know what I saw. Also, pardon my storytelling, I'm a bit all over the place with my words. When I was younger, at the time around 14, 22 now, I started to be allowed to stay home alone. But most cases it was only about an hour or two at a time. I lived in a small town where the most exciting things that happen are seen on TVs. I was raised by my grandparents. My parents split and they weren't married, and my father died when I was 6. Anyway, my grandparents' house is very old. It was built in the late 1800s, which likely means quite a few people have lived and passed away in this house. It was a Wednesday evening and I was home by myself. Most of the time I played on my console. I didn't have many friends, so gaming was and still is my thing. Now, the basement is very creepy. It's one of those old basements with stone walls, very horror-like. Fortunately, for scaredy-cat teenage me, I had to go into the basement because that's where the washer and dryer are. I swallowed my fear, went down into the basement to grab some clothes to wear after I took a shower. Now, I was always a very situationally aware person. I'd pretty much always be checking corners to make sure there were no serial killers watching me. Irrational, I know. But being in the basement, though, made me a bit more edgy. So I grabbed my clothes, turned to head back to the stairs. But for whatever brilliant unknown reason, I looked into one of the corners again. For a few seconds, I saw this dude in a black ritual-like gown. He was bald and his eyes were pitch black. He was tall as well, and the basement itself wasn't that high, so his head was sort of pivoted to avoid hitting the ceiling. But I noped the hell out of there as fast as my fat body could go. Right up the steps, slammed the basement door, sat myself down on the living room couch, and didn't budge. Went nowhere near that door. My grandparents got home a bit later. They were at church during this event. I told them what the hell had just happened and what I'd seen in the basement. They weren't too surprised. I mean, religious people usually aren't when you tell them something paranormal like that. But the basement got a blessing from my grandfather. Never saw anything in the basement since. Good man. Paranormal or unexplained experiences. In 1995, my grandmother died. She had some heart issues. Surgery wasn't really able to correct it, and the surgeon had accidentally nicked her heart with a scalpel during the last surgery, and she died a few days later. My mom lived down the street from her, and one of her sons lived about 4 hours away and would often come visit. He would often bring his cat. A few years prior to my Nan, my grandma, really wasn't watching when she went outside and accidentally let the cat out. She didn't notice until later that day, and after searching the woods behind their house, the cat just never showed up again. A few years went by, and my uncle had come back multiple times to visit. We always assumed the cat either found a new home or was hit by a car or who knows. But Nan always felt bad about it. So the night we had an open casket and some ceremony, we spent a few hours crying over her. I was about 10 or 11 years old. I don't remember much except sitting beside my grandpa, who was just broken. We all left the funeral home and returned back to my grandparents' house. My uncle was the first one to arrive back at the door. Laying on the welcome mat was a black and white cat, his cat. In Canada, they tattoo a number inside the ear to identify the owner in their system. So it was 100% his cat. Odds are it had another family for those 2 or 3 years, and it was a shame they believed they lost a cat, but my uncle got his back. The cat was just waiting there days after she passed away, waiting at the door to let her back inside. It's a crazy coincidence, but most of the family assumed it was my Nan righting a wrong. Paranormal or unexplained experiences. A few years ago, after I had graduated Bible college, a group of college friends and I had been out for coffee and chatting late enough that the shop had to close. We didn't feel like we were done hanging out, so because this was the town I'd lived in for the past 12 years, my 3 friends asked me where a cool place was to go and hang out. Preferably a place that didn't have hours of operation, as it was now past 1 a.m. It didn't take long for me to remember this nature center near my old high school that had a beautiful walking path that went around a small lake. So I suggested there, and off we were. We parked in a public lot in front of the school, so there was no risk of towing or tickets. And we walked across the football track and field toward the nature center path. Now, the walking path were closed off by an almost complete fence. We were supposed to enter by the main gates of the pavilion, but because I'd been in the photography class in high school, we had found a way in for free. It didn't require a long walk to the pavilion about a half-kilometer away. Just up the sidewalk beside the football field, the fence turned to cut through some trees, but in the trees there was no fence. You could easily get in if you were okay with a little foliage. Just up the hill from this line of trees also happened to be the city's graveyard, which was also right beside a mental health hospital that was about 100 years old, so it hadn't always been the loving facility it's now claimed to be. While my family and I walked up the slight hill of trees, one of them spotted the gravestones and inquired about what else was there. Immediately, everybody forgot about the nature center walk and we continued up the hill to where I thought was a small cemetery. We had visited it during photography class as well. Being that I'm already sensitive to spirits, I gave a little prayer that the Holy Spirit would protect me, but also show me or us if there was an area we should or should not go. We walked around the small section, occasionally feeling the need to pray for an unrestful spirit to be at rest, until we discovered that this cemetery continued up the next level of the hill and actually stretched for a kilometer or so back. We continued to walk around, sometimes praying, sometimes just noticing the ages on the stones, maybe appreciating a cool name here and there. Yeah. One of my friends, Eric, also seemed to be sensitive to spirits, but whereas I was turned away by how negative and possibly dangerous some seemed to be, he was drawn to those same ones. Occasionally there were plots where he lingered and I felt my spirit become heavy. But those we'd pray for peace, and once it felt more clear, we'd move on. As we walked east towards the back of the cemetery, I could sense something very unsettled in the far corner. I prayed again for protection for mine and my friend's spirits as we got closer, but I couldn't shake this growing feeling that I specifically was being watched by something in that corner. As we got to that last row, my friends ventured north to each plot, but I decided it was best to stay further away, fully aware that not only was the spirit unsettled, it was angry. I told them about it, and they prayed as much as they could, but neither of them could sense or feel it, so they prayed wherever I pointed or gestured to. Eric, however, seemed quite content to linger in that last row, even hanging back for a while as we moved on. As we turned to walk south away from the angry spirit, I could feel the eyes burning into my back, giving me chills like I'd never experienced. I continued to pray for our safety, focusing more specifically on me, but it seemed that almost every word I whispered in prayer, the angrier it got. Until this point, any spirit we prayed over either found peace or at least stayed where it had been. Not this one. As we moved further away, I could feel it was just as close. My two friends decided it would be best to have one at each side of me, almost as protection. And then they had hoped that, well, as Eric was further behind, he would cover the back. It didn't. We kept walking and it kept following, getting angrier and angrier as we went. I'd check over my shoulder over and over, almost expecting to see some sort of creature physically following. But still it was only an extra dark shadow, almost unnoticeable, almost excusable. There came a point as we neared the southernmost path that all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I couldn't feel it anymore. It was gone. It was like it reached its tether point and couldn't go any further. I breathed deeply and relaxed. We were finally in the clear. We turned west, kept walking, and we could see our exit only a few rows away. My friend on my left got distracted by a cool gravestone and stepped away from my side completely, which I hadn't barely noticed. Then it touched me. Being suddenly surrounded by a spirit of fury, it grabbed my shoulder and I felt like its hot breath as it whispered into my ear. I didn't even give it time to say something I'd remembered or really even understand. I just yelped and jumped away, hopefully out of its grasp. All three of my friends jumped into defensive mode and prayed for it to leave me, and once it had been pushed far enough back, we booked it out of the exit. Just outside the exit, a security guard from the mental health home was looking in, probably concerned that he saw 4 young people walking around the cemetery. As we booked it past him, he asked if we were in danger. We honestly didn't know how to answer him, as most people laugh at us when we explain how real spirits and ghosts are. Not stopping to talk, we passed the man and continued back the hill toward the school, the guard just staring into the cemetery, looking for what we were running from. The whole way back to my car, my friends were praying that if the spirit had attached itself to me, that the bond would be broken. And before we got into the car, they prayed more. The whole drive home, they prayed it wouldn't and couldn't follow. Before we walked into my apartment, they gave a final prayer that it was not welcome and could not enter. I was supposed to just drop them off and they would drive the hour back home so they could work in the morning, but they didn't leave me alone that night, and I don't think any of us really could sleep, even though it was stone cold silent until the sun came up. Paranormal or unexplained experiences. Number 2. I work full-time as an EMT in a private ambulance company. We had an interfacility transfer from our local hospital to one a bit more advanced. This was an ALS transfer, so my partner, the paramedic, was in charge of patient care. I was driving and had the camera on that lets me see into the back of the truck. Just so everybody knows, this camera doesn't record, it just allows me to make sure my partner is safe. And it lets me know when my partner is standing, like an IV or something that needs extra smooth driving. My partner turned off the lights in the back so our patient could sleep, so the camera went into night vision mode, which is a black and white camera. At first, I didn't notice anything. Then I saw a little white dot floating around on the camera. I figured it was a bug and didn't think much into it. Then more and more of them started showing up until there were like 7 of them. I still just figured it was just a lot of bugs. Then I saw it. There was a figure standing in the back corner of the ambulance. I told myself over and over that it was just a smudge on the camera. After we dropped our patient off at the hospital, we made our way back to the station because it was almost the end of our shift. I would have continued thinking it was bugs or a smudge if what happened next never happened. When we got back into our ambulance, the smudge and the flying orbs were gone. We got back into our station and had to finish our reports for the day. So we were sitting in the lounge chairs in the station, and one of the radios just sort of were off, and they were on their sort of charger. It turned on, then off, then on and off, and on and off again. Kept doing this until my partner went over to check on it. This is when I told my partner what I saw on the camera. We both started getting a little creeped out, and we submitted our reports and went to clock out. In the room where we clock out is a computer that lets you see where the cameras are recording around the station. My partner says she sees something walking around the 2 ambulances in the bay. This is great because we need to put our computer back into the ambulance. I went out to the bay, put the computer away, and for some reason decided to stay right in front of our door in the station and not go right out. We talked for a while to figure out if our station is haunted or not. This is when we heard what sounded like the door handle opening between the bay and the station. I just left. One thing I think I should clarify is that we were the only ones in the station. The other ambulance in the bay is a day car, and well, my ambulance is the night car. We got off 2 hours before the day car gets on, and it was like the weekend. So that means the day car isn't even working. Overall, it was a spooky experience for me, but we haven't seen anything happen ever since then. Paranormal or unexplained experiences. Number 3. When I was a baby, I was in foster care. My foster parents were old enough to be my grandparents. When I went back to my parents, I stayed in touch with them, but I call them my grandparents, and this will be relevant. My grandmother lives in a very beautiful, large, and old home. Everyone in the town knows the blue house on the right with the pond. Anyways, my grandfather built the house for my grandmother many, many years ago. Think 20 or 30, maybe even 40. It was built from an old church and was big enough to house foster kids. Our house was always alive with kids when I was growing up, and it was a very happy home. I loved being there. She eventually retired, and she's 77 now. She retired in 2009. She did many other things, too. One of those things was that she was a first responder. She was a first responder both with my grandfather and after his passing in 2009. He died within the home as well as her mom and his mom. My grandmother and her house have so much attached to her. She knows it. The only bad attached to her is actually attached to her house, and it's downstairs. She is a 2-story home, basically like an apartment up top and down below. The house has a total of 2 kitchens, 2 living rooms, 7 rooms, 3.5 bathrooms, 2 laundry rooms, etc. A huge house. I vividly remember once standing at the bottom of the stairs. All the basement lights off, a room directly in front of the stairs, and as I'm messing with the baby gate, everything in my body said, "Don't look up at that doorway. Close the gate and go." I did just that. That one room just gives me the creeps. I was once sitting on the couch upstairs. I stood up my grandmother in the kitchen, stopped where I was to stretch, and something ran from the kitchen to the living room and directly up to me. Nothing was there. It didn't scare me, and when it got up to me, it just stopped. I took a step back because I honestly swore something was going to run into me, but I had no fear in my body. I was sleeping in a room with a sliding glass mirror door to the closet on one side of the bed, and the sliding glass door leading to a sunroom that ran the length of the house, and it could be accessed by multiple doors on either side. I watched through pink curtains a lady on a dress, or probably in one, walk back and forth in front of that glass door. No one goes in that room. No one was awake. I have a video from another door in that room opening and closing on its own. Loved that house. Paranormal or unexplained experiences. 4, maybe. A little over a year ago, I was home alone as my parents and siblings went out. I was casually doing my makeup upstairs in my bedroom, playing music and singing loudly. All of a sudden, I hear the loudest bang at my bedroom door. I mean, it sounded like somebody tried to kick through the door full force. It was loud. It's important to mention at this point in the story that I live near an abandoned hospital. Some areas of it are still used, but mostly abandoned. My bedroom door was closed, so there was no chance of it being slammed shut. And there was only one, and the was way too loud for it to have been the wind. Side note, I checked all the windows and doors, all were closed, so definitely no wind. I just froze. I had so much adrenaline running through my body. My first thought was my parents had come home and it was just a way to tell my mom just to shut up because of my singing. Ran to the window and my heart dropped too, so there were no cars outside. I secondly thought maybe somebody was in the house, but I live in a smallish island called Guernsey, between the UK and France. So the chance of somebody being in the house was very unlikely. I phoned my mom to tell her what had happened, and even she seemed a bit freaked. But what happened next made my mom's heart drop. Side note, I did not hear this next part of the phone. My mom told me after she arrived home. Shortly after my mom arrived home, she told me that after the phone call, my sister, who was only 3 at the time, piped up in the back seat. "Maybe it's the man in your bedroom, Mommy." This was extremely creepy, coming from a 3-year-old. We asked her some questions about what the man was like. She said he's a nice man and he sits on her bed sometimes, but he's mostly in Mommy and Daddy's room. She said he wore tights and a gown and had big white eyes. We then give this man the nickname, the man with the big eyes. We asked her the same questions from time to time. She'd always give us the same answers. Since that day, we had more paranormal things happen, but I can't name them all. My sister occasionally would mention the man with the big eyes, about how she saw him last night, or that she spoke to him. One day she had a friend over and they both came rushing into the back garden. My sister shouted, "Look, we can see the man from here." And from the back garden you can see my parents' bedroom window. I'd just like to add that a few months later I found out from somebody who lived in the area for years that a mental patient had escaped the hospital and ran into the field next to my house. The next day he was found dead in a tree. It was right next to my house. One day I was around at a friend's house. What happened next truly scared me. My friend managed to piece together if that man wears a gown and tights. What if this is the same man who escaped the hospital and died in the tree next to my house? Hospital patients typically wear gowns and sometimes tights. I haven't heard anything of this man in a while, and I really hope I don't hear of him again. Paranormal or unexplained experiences. Number 5. For some background, he lived with his parents, and his home is in a pretty secluded but nearest to the suburbs area. That was at the time, and his mother was home with him, and she was in the shower at the time of this occurrence. So the story goes that he was sitting in his room with the window open during his regular relaxing thing, when from outside the house he heard his mom call out from the outside, asking him where he put the shirt that he had borrowed from her. He didn't borrow such a shirt, and he replied by saying as such. He thought it was weird that his mother was outside and asking about a shirt, but he wrote it off. He looked out his window and couldn't see his mother anywhere, so he got up and out of the room, realizing that the water was still running in his parents' shower. Weirded out, he went downstairs, called out for his mom, and her voice answered from behind the shut and locked front door. He says that her voice was very sweet and tender, using a tone that she would have used when he was little when she asked him, like, "Anonymous, please let me in." Anon isn't the real name, by the way. Yeah, I got that. And then he says that he heard the water shut off from the shower, as then the sounds of claws rolling down the front door could be heard, as the voice of his mother could be heard from behind the front door again asking to be let in. This was followed immediately by "I love you," with the sounds of claws rolling still being heard. He very quickly backed away from the door and went upstairs to retrieve his revolver. But as soon as he came back downstairs, the voice and the rolling claws were gone. No trace, no nothing of who or what it could possibly have been. Completely unrelated, but the sound of rolling claws reminds me of the old sound of car washes. Useless comment. The shadow in my room years apart. So many years ago, maybe 20, maybe a few more, I was just a child. And a lot like a lot of children, I was afraid of the dark. Most nights I would walk down the hall to my parents' room and ask my father to stay with me until I fell asleep. This particular night I remember being awake as my dad slept beside me on the stomach. My bed at the time didn't have a solid headboard, but bars that you could either put a hand through or under. At some point during the night I lay there on my side, on my hand underneath my pillow, and suddenly I felt a hand come up from underneath the metal bars of the headboard. I distinctly remember it being bumpy and rough, but definitely a hand, and to this day I struggle to believe it was my dad's, since it felt all wrong, as well as the positioning of it seeming to be too difficult for a person to comfortably achieve, even accidentally while sleeping. The shadow in the hall, perhaps a year or so later, I remember waking again during the night feeling somewhat scared and decided to walk down the hall, as I had done many times like I'd mentioned before. I reached my parents' door, and sure, the handle was locked. Not a big deal, I can manage a night alone. That is until I turned back toward my room. I partially closed the door when I left, and I could see faintly the light from the streetlight coming through my window. But suddenly, that light was blocked almost entirely. My door began slowly to open wider. Now, I did what any kid would do. I screamed and began pounding on my parents' door. It was only a few moments before they opened it, but it felt like forever. They took a look down the hall, and the lights were on and everything. They found nothing, of course, but I knew better. Lastly, the figure in my dream and then in my room. This happened only about a year ago. I was 28 at the time. I was sleeping and dreaming, which is unusual for me. In the dream, I stood up in an old cobblestone alleyway, old buildings on all sides and a fog rolling in. I knew there was a figure walking toward me, but I had it in my head to jump out and scare them, so I hid in a smaller alcove waiting. The moment arrived, the figure should be right outside the alcove. I try to jump out, but I can't move. I'm not frightened, more than annoyed that my lame prank won't happen. The figure turns the corner looking at me as if knowing I was there. It's a completely black shadow with lighter gray ripples, almost like smoke covering its entire form. It leans in close, and almost in a whispered voice it asks me, "What do all little boys like?" Now, I'm a sarcastic fuck, and I'm not frightened at all, so I reply, "Pee-pee touches," in a mocking voice. Suddenly the alleyway's gone, and I get a sense of immediate anger, but then I can see my room clear as day, and the figure's in the corner and moving slowly toward me. I blink, it's closer. I blink again, and it's at the foot of my bed. I still can't move, but I'm fighting to. It reaches for me, and I bolt upright, and it's gone. Haven't seen anything since. The Okinawa Ghost. I'm active duty military. I was stationed in Okinawa for 3 years. During that time, I had a lot of weird experiences. One day after getting back from work, my buddy was planning on coming to my barracks. We were coming to chill, so I left the door deadbolted open. Told him to walk in when he got there. During that time, I laid in my bed with my back to the door, just scrolling through my phone when I felt something very clearly poke and drag a finger down my back. Naturally, I thought it was my buddy, so I looked back to greet him. But I only saw an empty room. The door hadn't been opened, or I would have heard it. My friend would have been able to move fast enough to come in and out silently. Wouldn't have. Another time I was drinking coffee or tea late at night before bed. I didn't finish my cup, but I set it on the nightstand where it wouldn't fall or get knocked off when I passed out. Around 3 in the morning, I wake up to it crashing to the ground. Okinawa does get frequent earthquakes, but usually never bad enough to knock a cup off the center of the stand. Otherwise, I'd have woken up. Also, during my time there, lights in the room that weren't ever used frequently turned on by themselves or flickered. Things would get moved from their original spots. Despite never having sleep paralysis prior to my time here, I ended up getting it on a regular basis at least twice a month. Since leaving, I haven't had sleep paralysis once. I've also felt an overwhelming sense of dread on a few occasions out of the blue. Don't use Ouija boards in dorms. In fall of 2018, I started my freshman year of college. To preface, this dorm building I moved into is a renovated seminary building, otherwise known as the school where men would go when they wanted to become a priest. It was on the banks of the Mississippi River. The seminary school was originally built in the early 1800s, but closed years later. My college purchased it in the 90s. They renovated it and then opened it in the early 2000s, dedicating the campus to fine art students. The dorm hall was one of 3 buildings on the campus. The building's first floor held classes and the dining hall. The second and third floor were the dorm rooms. This meant my 8 a.m. was a literal elevator ride away, total plus. The doors were suite style, so I had a roommate, 2 suite mates, a living room, a kitchenette, and a bathroom. I'm sorry this portion's so long, but the details are important. Upon moving in, things were pretty normal, the first couple of days at least. Then weird things started happening. My decor started falling off the wall, even though my roommates and I all used the same command strips. Most notable being my wooden cross I hung up next to my closet. I would hear running and the fridge slamming outside my room. That was when I was certain my roommates had all gone to class. I would nap and wake up to my room door being open, when I knew for a fact that I shut it and needed a key card to the room to open it. Each of these I rationalized. I heard the fridge slamming because one of my roommates came up from class to grab a drink and food and needed to get back. Both my suite mates were dancers, so this didn't seem too far-fetched. I got the faulty command strips from the bunch. However, the second week of school, my suite mate thought it would be a good idea to put all of our schedules in the fridge so we would know when the others were in class. This was when I realized that the times I'd been hearing the fridge slam shut and running, I was in fact the only person in the room. I even asked my roommates if they'd come back, and they said they hadn't. That night started a week-long streak of waking up in the middle of the night with panic attacks. I would wake up around 3 a.m. feeling like someone was pushing on my chest. I couldn't move and I couldn't breathe. One of the nights, the last, it was so bad. Once I was able to move, I ran to the bathroom and sat underneath cold water and called my mom bawling. Not the kind of call she thought she was going to get from a college freshman at 3 a.m. The next day, when my roommate got back from class, she told me about a student she overheard wondering about students that moved into her dorm room because, well, she wanted to talk to us. About half an hour later, this really petite girl shows up at her dorm room asking if anything weird's been happening, all while staring intently at me. Obviously, I say yes, and she proceeds to tell me what happened the years prior. The group of people who lived in our room the year prior used a Ouija board and accidentally ended up drawing a malevolent spirit to the room. Great. She explained that she was in touch with the spirit realm. Didn't think the entity was still there, but its energy remained along with some others that were drawn to it. One of these energies being a woman. Then she focused all of her attention on me again and said, "It's been picking up on you, hasn't it?" I then proceeded to explain everything that's been happening, to which she responded that she could tell that it was targeting me because I was very bright and I had light energy. However, she paused for a second before stating that she felt a protective energy with me in the room and asked if I had any relatives pass away recently who may be protective over me. I immediately responded yes, as I've had many family and friends pass over my lifetime. But what she asked next gave me chills. She proceeds to ask with her head cocked if my relative's name was John. My grandpa John passed shortly after I was born. I barely knew him, and there was no way she could have known his name. Stunned, I nodded, and she explained not to worry too much, because he was just there to protect me. After she left, my roommates and I kind of made it all into a joke. Mostly because I think we were all freaked out and knew that we had to continue living in the room until the end of the school year. We stupidly gave the female ghost a name, Avery, and deemed her an honorary roommate to try to lighten the situation. Later that week, my roommate and I were sitting in bed with a mirror of mine fell off the wall. Me, being frustrated that it was the only thing that was basically only my things that were falling off this wall, yelled, "Damn it, Avery!" And instantaneously, my cross fell off the wall. However, when I went to pick it up, I noticed the command hook was still on the wall, meaning my cross couldn't have just fallen off. It would have had to have been lifted off the hook in order to fall. My roommate and I looked at each other's jaws dropped and erupted into a fit of nervous laughter. After that, nothing ever really happened again. The next semester, one of my suite mates commented that we haven't heard from Avery in a while. The following morning, I was headed out the door to go to class. Walked by one of the mirrors in the dorm room. In the reflection of the mirror, I caught a glimpse of a pale woman with dark, long hair with a white nightgown standing right behind my shoulder. I skated out of the dorm room so fast and didn't look back. The next day, my roommate and I were all sitting in the living room, and the one who made the comment about not hearing from Avery said, "Oh, by the way, I saw Avery today." The entire room went quiet. Each of my roommates' faces went pale. I quietly said, "I did too," followed by my other roommates stating the same. We each exchanged what we saw, and when each of us saw the same thing, that truly was the last time we encountered Avery. When we moved out in the spring, we decided that was her way of saying goodbye to us. I'll always wonder, though, if the students who moved in after my roommates and I ever experienced anything. Ask him. Someone please help me. Everything started just 1 year ago. It was last month. We're all in high school still, trying to get answers. This is not your usual no-sleep story. This is real, and I'm nothing short of clueless. For context and credentials so the story's believable, I live in the eastern side of Ohio near the Appalachian Mountains. When the foundation of my house was being built, in the dirt that was being moved, they found an insane amount of arrowheads. I live on a rather large hill and have around 45 or 50 acres of land. My family had an archaeologist come. He said he's never seen this amount of arrowheads in one single site before in his entire career. It is believed that my house was dug onto a burial ground, or where a war took place long ago in Native American era. To further this, on my property is an old railroad track. It's unused now, but in the 1800s it was used frequently. According to my town's records, a train crashed and blew up here, killing a group of men on board. So it begins. The first night all started years ago last month, really, September 25th, 2021. A group of my friends, me plus 5 others, were at my house basically just having a bonfire. It had been something we usually do, and just to say we don't drink while we have our fires. So we're all in our right minds. To start, I got up, put some more wood on the fire, and as soon as doing so, we all thought we heard my mom yell for us. "Hey!" So I called her. She claimed she was laying in her bed watching TV and had never gotten up. We played it off as our minds playing some tricks. We were just hearing some things. As the night went on, we started to run out of firewood. Me and 2 others walked down to the bottom of my hill to get some more wood. When we came back up, the other 3 friends were gone. Just a joke they were playing on us, because that's just how we are together. We think, just let them go for a little bit without trying to look for them. They'll eventually get bored. A few minutes go by, and the 3 of us who weren't hiding heard this blood-curdling, screeching scream off in the distance. For reference, you can see a lot from the top of my hill. We immediately get up worried and nervous that one of our friends, we look into the distance. The scream's coming from there, but we don't see anything. The screaming stops, then starts again. We start yelling for other friends and calling their phones. All of a sudden, 2 of them pop out and start asking us questions about why we look so freaked. We explain to them while still wondering where the last one of them are. The last person comes out and we begin to explain to him. An expression falls onto his face and we knew he had something to say as well. As he was alone crawling up the side of the hill getting ready to scare us, he hears someone ask, "Who are you?" in a man's voice. Another reference, there's a house that my family is renovating about 50 yards from the hill at the top. It was between the hill and the house. After telling him that no one lives there and it's owned by my family, he immediately freaks out and says, "If no one lives there, then there's somebody out here with us." We all run down to my house and immediately tell my mom about everything we had just heard. We go back out, Search the house that my family owns to be sure that there's no one sneaking in and living there. There was nothing, no one. My friends leave a few minutes later. I go back to the top of the hill to get my car that I drove up in. As I'm up there, I hear screams, as if someone was in pain, screaming, moaning and groaning very loudly. Get in my car, drive to my house, and quickly go inside for the night. This is just the beginning. Night 2 was just 1 month later on October 23rd, 2021. The same group of us were out there having a fire, -2, plus my dog. 2 of my friends couldn't make it that night, so there's just now 4 of us and my dog. Curious, we decide that we're going to try to be a bunch of badasses and go out and explore my woods. The woods we went to are located on the opposite side of my hill from where my house is. This chunk of forest takes up 80-90% of the land that my family owns. We start a little fire, go through the game plan, and then we walk. They're all following me with flashlights because they obviously don't know my land. I know every single inch of my woods because I used to spend a lot of time back there. As we're walking, one friend asks, "What's down here?" So I take us down toward the railroad tracks where we hear some brush break. Thinking it's just a deer or an animal, considering that we're in the middle of the woods, we brush it off and keep walking. I take them down to a clearing. It's in a place that leads back to the top of the hill, if we would have kept walking straight anyway. It's deep, but a small valley-type area. All of a sudden, we're walking and we all hear the loudest boom noise that we've ever heard. It was as if somebody had let off dynamite in the tree lines above us. My dog even jumps. We run about 50 feet before regathering and trying to figure out what just happened. At this point, we're all in the lowest part of the valley area. I shine my light toward my dog, and he's running away back to the top of the hill. In my mind, that scares me because he's a German shepherd who killed a coyote. I tell my friends to keep an eye out around us to see anything. Me and the other one are a set of blue eyes in the opening behind us. They move left and they disappear, then come back again moving right. At this point, we're all looking at them. We watched this happen 2 more times and then the eyes didn't come back. Scared that whatever it was on the move, we ran back to the top of my hill. Took a break for a while. Decided it was best to leave the sleeping bear lie alone. 8 months later in the summer, I have a fire. There's a lot that happened between 2 of my other friends, and our foreign exchange student went back to Spain. That limited the group to 3. Me and 2 others who were just chilling around the fire. Us 3 having done this around 4 or 5 times now, and the same thing happens every time. We hear faint whispers but can never make out words. We hear brush moving. We hear cows that sound like they should be 20 yards away, yet the furthest farm is around a mile. Cows along with other weird animal noises none of us can make out. One of my friends is an avid hunter and knows his stuff well. As odd and as weird as all this seems, ever since a year ago around this time, I've been getting deja vu. Scares me every time I get it because when I do, something bad happens. Just some examples. My uncle died the next day. I had to put my dog down the next day, and my girlfriend's mom had a heart attack. My girlfriend gets into a car accident, I break out into hives, and many other examples. I could list them forever. Along with the deja vu, I have a reoccurring dream. Long story short, I'm walking to my woods. 2 of my friends disappear, and there's this black outline staring at me. As I continue to have this dream over and over again, every time I do, I wake up in a sweat. And I see the thing that's in me in my dream, my room, just staring back at me. I can hear this thing whispering, but can't make out any of the words. After a few seconds of its presence, it goes away, and somehow I can go straight back to sleep. How do people do that? In addition to the nights at my house, me and a group of friends decide to go to the famous Egypt Valley, out to Louisa Fox's grave, death location, and Circle Cemetery, one of the oldest cemeteries in the area. I'll spare you the details of all those areas if you want to go look them up. They're rather famous. Anyways, we go out to these locations, and as we're walking back to our cars, there's handprints on one of the ones riding in. My friends swear it wasn't them. One set of hands was freakishly huge, and the other set was very thin. We compared sizes, none of our hands fit the ones on the car. And ever since all of this, my life has been rather horrible. Very few things have gone good for me, whether it be death of loved ones, death of a friend, death of a pet, sickness, injury, or vehicle accidents. Holy shit. As I type the last sentence, I get deja vu. Can't take this anymore. It's getting so hard to wake up every single day. I hate sleeping for fear of dreaming, and I hate being awake for fear of deja vu. I don't want anyone else to get hurt around me because of me. My friends and family believe that a native spirit haunts my land. Some of my friends believe that it's the men on the train. The train crashed 1 week before the time of the second encounter in 1886. My family and I are religious. I've tried to get closer to God and try to be a better Christian, and it has helped. My dreams went away for a little while, but as time grows closer to the second encounter, it's getting worse than it's ever been. I have no idea what to do. All I want is some answers, or somebody to tell me I'm not crazy. All the facts I've given aside from the archaeologists are from town records from my town's library. The information about the natives come from simple online research about which tribe lived in the area that I'm in. Surely enough, the coordinates of where my house is compared to the area lines of Native American tribes, it sits perfectly on the split between Shawnee and Cherokee, which would explain the amount of arrowheads and possibly the hill that I currently live on and what it's used for. Someone, please help me. Someone spoke in my ear last night. I've only experienced sleep paralysis once before in my life, and it was one of the most terrifying moments I've ever experienced. Long story short there, it was maybe 8 years ago when I was in my 20s. I was single and I was living in an apartment. Something woke me up in the middle of the night, but I was paralyzed and felt like I was floating a foot above my bed. That freaked me out enough, but then when I looked at the foot of my bed, I saw a black figure standing there watching me that completely filled me with fear. That went on for what felt like minutes, and I couldn't escape or fully wake up or snap out of it. Then the figure jumped on top of me and shoved me by my shoulders back into the bed and disappeared. I fell to the foot of the bed, falling sensation in my stomach, and this bounce of the bed is what finally snapped me out of it, let me fully wake up. I don't think I even want to know what that was about. I'm a Christian and prayed to God so many times to protect me from whatever this was, and prayed in Jesus' name that no demons or evil spirits could even live inside me or attach themselves to me or where I lived in a way, and never experienced any of that again. So now this morning, I'm married and I sleep on the side of the bed by the window. There's no blinds covering it. It's a fullish moon, so the room is pretty well lit at night this week. Something stirred me to wakefulness in the middle of the night or early in the morning. It was still dark outside, and I got this weird feeling that it was 3 o'clock hour because something just felt off. But when I went to check my phone, I realized my arm didn't move to grab it. Then I realized I was awake but experiencing sleep paralysis again. I felt like when you're so tired you can't keep your eyes open, like I was fighting. I was fighting to wake up, I was fighting to stay awake, but I could see my room and window from my vantage point of laying on my stomach with my head facing the window on my pillow. And as I was trying to snap out of it and either fully wake up or fall back asleep, that's when I heard the voices. They were there, right there. Not in my head, like I actually heard them with my ears. And only my left ear, since my right ear was on the pillow. I didn't see anyone, I just heard the voices. It sounded like 3 people at once. The loudest and closest was the voice of a young woman. She sounded like she was standing by my bed and leaning over me. Her voice was so loud and clear and close. She said, "Physical theolusion. Is that you? Are you here?" At the same exact time, the voices of two young men who sounded like they were further away, like at the foot of my bed, said hello. Something else I couldn't make out. They were kind voices. They were in a sort of polite questioning tone, like when you think you hear a noise and you say, "Hello, is anyone there?" But still, they were disembodied voices in my room in the middle of the night. So naturally, they scared the crap out of me. I tried to snap out of it faster and just yell my husband's name for help, and I heard myself yell, "John!" muffled as if yelling underwater. For the record, his name's not John, and only John I know is a distant worker, so I don't know where that name came from. That snapped me out of it, though the echoing voices immediately ceased, and I was able to sit up and my heart was pounding out of my chest. Curled up to my husband until I could fall back asleep. Early childhood was very strange in Wisconsin. I lived in Kenosha, Wisconsin until I was about 7. If I believe correctly, Wisconsin is a hotspot for the supernatural, which could have easily explained many of these things, I'm sure. They're nothing extravagantly terrifying or film-worthy, but they're definitely going to stick with me for the rest of my life. Here are some of the occurrences. First and foremost, I'm going to preface this by saying that it was factual that the previous owner of the house had killed himself. My mom was told this by her next-door neighbor who had lived there for a while. Shortly after he moved in, but he quickly retracted the statement, saying, well, he didn't kill himself in the house. My mom had a digital radio in her bedroom on the dresser. I just remember being in there and noticing that it suddenly turned on by itself because I saw the blue numbers on the analog clock light up. It wasn't on like a second ago. As a 5, maybe 6-year-old kid, I was only mildly confused by this. She was in the room at the time, I believe, and I noticed it because somehow didn't freak out, which I later learned was because she didn't want to scare me by saying something was making a big deal of it. This was an experience only I was witness to, but once I was sitting in the back seat of the car, I think in the parking lot of my grandma's apartment at night, sort of just blankly staring at the streetlight, and that's when I saw this strange form pass underneath it real quick and then disappear. It wasn't the shape of a person or anything, just an abstract, sort of transparent figure. I didn't tell my brother or dad, who were waiting in the car with me, because I couldn't explain it as a 4-year-old, and I didn't feel particularly scared by it. I simply thought it was odd. Apparently, though, I did at one point tell my mom what I saw. And I saw these things in my room at night, because she mentions that to me whenever I don't say I recall actually seeing a ghost in the house. And I don't, and little kids say creepy things all the time. But she thought this was additional proof of supernatural presence. I guess it could have just slipped my memory. She was insistent on this. She didn't think that, well, she was going crazy and seeing things, and considering all the other strange stuff that happened, I really don't believe it was just her imagination. According to her, she would sometimes look over the corner of the room when she woke up and would see a shadowy figure sitting on the chair there. But she emphasizes that the figure was not menacing at all and never tried to harm her, that it looked sad, like it was hunched over in the seat looking down, not like an evil spirit, but rather a lost soul that had nowhere to go after death. Halloween was an incredibly popular holiday there, celebrated more than Christmas, which is likely why it's my favorite now, and always has been, and because my birthday is the day before, which really is a bigger deal when I was a kid than it is now. Everybody went all out, yards full of witches and zombies, glowing orange lights decking the porches and roofs, giant inflatable jack-o'-lanterns, you name it. My mom would take a trick-or-treat around her neighborhood, and nothing particularly weird or creepy ever happened while we were out. But I do distinctly recall one unnerving thing. There was this one house we'd pass every year that had blood splattered on the door. And I don't mean the fake blood you get at the Halloween store. I mean like genuine, actual blood. It came from something once living. It's not too hard to tell the difference between even the most realistic fake blood and the real deal. And both my mom and I were freaked out by it. Presumably, whoever lived in the house obtained it from a butcher. But I can't help but think that just maybe there was maybe just something more sinister reason going on behind it. People passing our house would habitually just stop and stare without the stutter. It wasn't that fancy of a house, and we didn't have anything interesting or eye-catching outside. But any time anybody would walk by on the sidewalk, they would stop and stare at it for a moment before carrying on. To this day, I have no clue what they could have been looking at, but it was certainly bizarre. We would often see a man, well, a boy really, in the area. That was while heading out of our neighborhood when driving, sort of dressed in all black from head to toe. Kind of like an emo kid gone extreme. That wasn't in itself weird. What was weird was that there was this soulless emptiness in his eyes, unlike anything I've ever seen before and haven't seen since. It was like he was well and truly dead inside. Not even strung out on drugs, but instead a husk of a man whose body was being used as a vessel for something truly eldritch. It might not sound scary because it's hard to really put into words, but it's an image that's really stuck with me and my mom, who witnessed it as well. Might not be an emo kid gone extreme. Could just be a goth kid. I was kind of one of those. See ya. Welcome, fellow adventurers, to Paranormal M, your guide to the unknown. Subscribe now and enable notifications to join us on our quest for truth and enlightenment. Get ready to experience the extraordinary with our latest mind-bending tales. Am I starting to go insane? Backstory. 4 years ago when I was about 11, I got told that my ma'am died. Although I am unsure of her time of death, I know it was either late Saturday night, 10, maybe 9, maybe, here or there. Even early Sunday morning, 12 to 3 a.m. But on the Saturday that day, me and my older sister, maybe 28 at the time, we were visiting my ma'am as per usual, then heading back to her house to stay the night. Which wasn't out of the ordinary, as it was a weekend, and even to this day I'm normally down there every weekend, due to moving about 9 years ago, maybe half an hour away from her. I visit frequently to see her and my nieces and nephews. And from the moment I stepped into her home, from getting from the hospital, I felt sick to my stomach. I felt like that pretty much until I knew about my ma'am's passing away. That was later on that night, at my sister's. I found it tricky to go to sleep. When I managed to, I was waking up, and throughout the night I was having extreme nausea to the point where I was trying to force myself to be sick. I also felt lightheaded and had headaches after managing to get back to sleep due to me feeling unwell, which I brushed off as like a cold coming on. I kept having these reoccurring nightmares. That was throughout the night. They were nightmares of my ma'am dying. She'd go on to say something to me, and I'd wake up again, and this would repeatedly happen throughout the night. I tried to calm down, but I was reassuring myself I'd go visit her tomorrow. That obviously that never came, as I was greeted to my dad at the door telling me what happened. But it was like I was expecting it when I wasn't even, because the day before she looked fine. But recently now, ever since that happened, I don't know if I'm going insane anymore, as now all hell is breaking loose. I can't stand to be left alone in the house, as some things have gone on that I can't explain, such as hallucinations of seeing things and shadowy things, the presence I always feel that someone's watching me, weird noises. Pictures falling, and one door in particular keeps opening. I've always made it out to be natural, but I don't know if I can anymore, especially because now my dog will stand by my side and stand stiff. barking, growling in a certain direction. And this has happened countless times, and sometimes my security lights would flash on their own and go off and on without there being anyone around. I live in a quite rural place. I've always made up excuses that it would be an animal like a cat, but I always check and never see anything. It's gotten really bad now, and I don't know what to do. If anybody can really help me, I just explain some of this. I'd be most grateful, as I can't understand it anymore. I think I should also mention is that in some of my dreams I've had reassuring nightmares of shadow people just staring at me. And it just feels like that presence, if you know what I mean, and ringing in my ears from time to time. Sorry about that. It wasn't just me, right, sis? I'm currently 15. When I was around 7 or 8 years old, I had what me and my sister both believed to be a ghost sighting or experience. Now, it wasn't absolutely terrifying. It was more confusing. Me and my sister and my mom lived down a pretty secluded road. Our house was surrounded by trees. And if you passed out house and kept going, probably hours, within 5 minutes you'd reach our family graveyard. I actually loved living near the graveyard. If I felt lonely, I'd go sit on my great-grandpa's tombstone and just talk about stuff that happened recently. It made me feel like I wasn't alone. So the graveyard was a calming place for me. For my sister, it was nightmarish. She always hated going there, and it's understandable. It's a graveyard, not home. One day, my mom insisted my sister and I go outside to play. We didn't want to. After a few minutes, we agreed to walk to the graveyard, only because there was a beautiful river down a trail behind it. As we were walking, we kept hearing twigs snap and what sounded like a few coughs. We stopped for a moment before facing the huge hill you had to go up to reach the graveyard. We looked around, then up the hill, and saw no sign of anybody. We brushed it off, started walking up the hill. About halfway up, we heard a very clear cough from directly in front of us. We looked up the hill, and about 6 or 7 feet in front of us was a man. Don't know how tall, but he looked quite pale, never blinked, never moved. Just stared at us. The second my sister saw him, she fell backwards while screaming and running back to the house, leaving me alone as I just continued to stare at him. He was wearing a suit, a brown suit, a black, slightly beaten-up briefcase in his right hand, an old-style watch on his left wrist, round glasses, a black fedora, and black business shoes. He looked familiar, but I couldn't tell where I'd seen him from. So I said, "Hi, you look familiar." His voice contorted for a moment before a small smile rested on his face. In due time, he said lightly. I heard my mother screaming as I heard her rapid footsteps. I looked down the hill to see her looking around frantically before she saw me and relaxed. I turned back and the man was gone. "Bye," I mumbled before following my mom home. About a month later, me and my sister went to visit our great-grandma. She was our favorite family member. She was always cooking and making sure you were happy. While I was sitting in the living room, I looked around at the pictures and my heart stopped. I saw a picture of the man in the same outfit with an arm around my great-grandma's shoulders. They both seemed to be laughing. "Nanny, who is that?" She smiled and said, "That, my dear, is your great-uncle, my brother. He passed away in a car wreck a year or so ago." I couldn't believe my ears. I immediately told my great-grandma the story, and she smiled. "In due time, indeed." She then hugged me and said, "Be joyful, he let you see him." My family has a weird quirk where, well, when we were kids and a family member who passed away was quite connected to us, we see them sometimes. He can talk to them and sometimes talk back. That's why I still visit the graveyard. My great-grandpa let me see him because he died when I was 2. but I was, as he put it, the reason he smiled every day. I like him. Help me, please. I can't stand this no more. My name is Andres. I'm 22 and I've lived in this house since I was born. And that's my problem. This house has exactly the things that live here with us. More exactly. I have memories of strange things happening here since I was a little kid. The typical haunted house stuff, I guess. Chairs moving, creepy noises in the walls. Back then I used to live with fear. Everyone in my family knew something was wrong, but they pretended nothing happened, so as to not scare me. Time passed, and while I grew up, my family knew they couldn't hide it anymore. That's how at age 14 I learned that the former owner of the property, Monica J., she committed suicide in the apartment 4. It's 4 blocks away from my house. My parents explained to me that although the police called it a suicide, a lot of mysteries were left unsolved in the case. Maybe that's why the house was haunted. I believe that too. My parents are strong Catholics. There even are members of a religious movement called Opus Dei. Spelled D-E-I. Not that one. So, one day they called a priest to bless the house. They even arranged a mass for Monica's soul. After that, nobody should talk about the haunting again. The problem is that what my parents did, it didn't help a bit, mainly because the entities living in my house are quote-unquote different than usual. There's a cliche about ghosts. People think ghosts hide and only appear sometimes. People think that ghosts play some sort of peekaboo game with you. And how wrong they are. In my house, you can feel how your vision gets blurry when one of the things pass in front of you, and in the night, you can see them as shadows crawling in the darkness. In all the years I've lived here, I saw a woman, maybe even Monica, a kid in a tuxedo, and at my house we have a Virgin Mary statue, like 4 feet tall in the inner courtyard. Well, I've saw her cry. My soul almost left my body the night the eyes of the statue were how realistic the tears were carved, and then touching it just to realize she was actually crying. After all these years, me and my family got used to it. Everyone knows something's wrong, but those things don't bother us that much as we've learned to live with them. Because all I've experienced nowadays, nothing really scares me. Except for one specific entity, and he is the real reason of this post. That thing terrifies me in a way you can't imagine. After having 2 episodes involving that thing, I conclude that no human has felt fear in its life as I've experienced. He stalks my older sister mainly. It all begun like 7 years ago. My sister Mary V, she told us how something tall, shadow-like watched her sleep. She was used to waking up in the middle of the night with an unsettling feeling just to see that thing watching her. She was so scared that she always slept with her dog, a boxer called Bianca. That dog was always alert, and she reached to the slightest move. But my sister told us how that thing could make Bianca sleep like a log. Even if she poked the dog really hard, she wouldn't wake up. Things got worse. Then she woke up with bruises and a horrible feeling. She was desperate for help. My parents called the priest again. He told my sister that maybe what was bothering her was inhuman, a demon. He gave us holy water and exorcised salt to put on my sister's bedroom. Also, he suggested to put some saint statues on my sister's room. Years have passed, and that thing broke the statues and ignored everything. He's still there. The priest came again to tell us my sister was experiencing an infestation, and only faith would help us. I'm not a Catholic person myself, and I don't think that'll help. I'm writing this because I've recently been attacked again. I've only experienced what that thing can do once before, and I don't want to feel it anymore. I'll try my best to describe what it's like. The first time I felt them was when I was 16 or so. I was home alone reading Harry Potter. I was in my room, and out of nowhere, I started to feel bad. An unsettling feeling hit me like a truck, as if something really bad was about to happen. It was 4 p.m., so the light entered through my window. It was a cloudy day. I stopped reading, and I couldn't ignore that feeling anymore. Then I just started to feel really bad physically. My body started to hurt in a strange way. It was something like that kind of pain you feel in your body the day after you went to a gym. My whole body felt numb. And I saw it. A big, dark figure moving through the air, coming closer to me. He stopped a few inches away from me, and he was huge. So big, he was preventing the light from entering. My whole room became darker. I started to sweat and shiver. I didn't know what to do, and suddenly he talked to me. Don't get me wrong, not like a voice, but inside my head, as if he could enter my mind. He just insulted me with the worst things you can imagine. He told me horrible things. I just covered my ears and begged for him to leave. After 1 minute, he just left me alone. As soon as he disappeared, I felt horrible. I couldn't breathe, and I was covered in sweat. That numbness in my body is still there, but the worst thing was, I felt invaded and used. Don't get me wrong, but maybe I can compare it to what people feel like when they experience some sort of sexual abuse. I felt hopeless. My despair was so strong I started crying helplessly. An hour or so passed and my mother arrived. I told her everything and even begged her to get me checked at the doctor because I really thought I had schizophrenia or something. The results came, and luckily, I was normal. But that meant that what I experienced was real, too. I've encountered that thing recently once more, and believe me, I don't want that thing here with us anymore. This is my desperate cry for help. No priest helped us. Does somebody know how to get rid of that? Has someone experienced something like this? Help. Weird synth music in the middle of the night. For context, I live in a townhouse surrounded by other townhouses from all 4 sides. All townhouses are almost exactly the same. None of us had backyards, just a garage and a tiny front yard. I'll go straight to the point. Basically, what happened is I woke up today at about 1 a.m. I was hearing some very faint synth music. I'm not sure if I can even call it a music. It was sort of melodic, but not exactly music. At first, I thought it was just part of my dream, and I woke up because I had to pee. After I woke up, I stayed in bed for a couple of minutes, and the sound didn't go away. So I thought maybe the neighbors are playing music, but first of all, music has to be super loud for me to hear with the closed windows and all that. I couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from exactly. Like it was coming from all the way around, from the wall, the floor, the middle of the room. I thought maybe I'm just half asleep and imagining it, so I went to the washroom that's just around the corner from my room. When I exited the room, I realized that the sounds are still there. In the hallway, it sounds exactly the same. So it can't just be neighbors playing music, since hallway has no windows and it sounded more faint than in my room. But judging by how faint it was to begin with, I shouldn't have heard it in the hallway. But it sounded exactly the same, like it was coming from all the way around me. The same thing in the bathroom that has no windows. Came back to my room and thought that maybe I'm going crazy, but then my mom came into my room and asked if I can hear the music. I can't explain how happy this made me, because I'm not crazy. So she thought it might be the wind, but it sounded way too artificial, like straight up synth, and way too melodic. It didn't repeat the melody, at least I don't think it did. My mom also said it made her think of souls flying away. We talked for a couple of minutes and then she went to bed. The sounds kept me awake for another hour. However, I was way too sleepy and tired to even look at my phone. I would fall asleep and then the sounds would wake me up again. Sometimes it's just one note and nothing for a couple of minutes. Sometimes it's multiple notes, one after the other, but never together. In the morning, it was gone. I asked my mom if she remembered it, and she said, yeah. We didn't have time to discuss it because I was late to work, so I'm not sure what she really thinks of it. Talked to my boyfriend and explained everything, and he said it sounds very scary, and he has no idea what it could be. Thinking about it makes me feel crazy, like it's so simple, yet I have absolutely no idea where it could be. I got nothing on that. A weird thing happened last night. I don't know if this was necessarily paranormal or sleep paralysis or whatever, but I feel like I have to share, in case anybody knows if there's a deeper meaning. This happened last night. First, I couldn't sleep. I was laying wide awake scrolling on TikTok when a tarot reader came up and it resonated a lot with me, so I began watching a longer version of it. After a while, I suddenly felt extremely uneasy, so I decided to try to sleep. The second the clock hit 3 a.m., a lightning of terror shot throughout my body, head to toe. Felt like something entered my body. As soon as that thing had traveled from my feet, my whole room creaked and the house was kind of settling kind of away. It then sounded like small knocks, almost like footsteps in my room. As a way of trying to calm myself down, I once again used my phone and put on some ASMR. After some time passed, the temperature in the room noticeably dropped. I went from sweating to freezing. I then tried to sleep again. I was laying on my stomach and my thoughts wandered away and the name Adam was spoken over and over. And then suddenly, it just said Eve. And once that name entered my mind, it felt like someone was pushing my head down toward my pillow, my body toward the mattress. I felt a pulsating feeling at the back of my head, and pulses I heard this banging of metal being hit on metal over and over, and a voice in my head just kept saying, Eve, Eve, Eve. And by the way, my name in italic, is healing. I then tried to open my eyes and I couldn't move. I knew it could be sleep paralysis, so I tried to wiggle my toes and fingers to snap out of it. But when I did and started trying to sit up, I was almost jolted back into that state. That state of hearing banging and someone pushing me down. Eventually I got out of it and couldn't really sleep anymore because I was so terrified. The way I was pushed down felt almost like a magnet pulling me to the ground. I don't know what happened. It was probably nothing. It's just a few days ago I dreamt that I was being chased by a demon, and not gonna lie, I'm not excited to go to sleep tonight. I kinda am. My cat possibly haunting me. So I'll start by saying my fiancé and I have been watching a ton of paranormal videos on YouTube. My son said he heard tapping on his window on Christmas Eve night. I thought nothing of it because I assumed it was my fiancé. My fiancé said it wasn't him. My son is 5, so it's possible he was just making it up, but my fiancé had an experience last night. He woke me up. I fell asleep on the couch next to him as he was working late. He said he heard what he thought was the screen door closing, then looked over and actually saw it move. He walked outside and nothing was there. He then noticed shortly after that he had 2 scratches in his chest. I was extremely freaked out considering all the stuff we've been watching lately. We just moved into this house about 3 months ago. Nothing's happened before except for the door leading to the garage opening randomly when it's been locked. Again, I didn't think anything of it until now. The anniversary of my cat's death just passed. He died a year ago. We were in a different place when he died, but his ashes sit in a counter in our living room. My fiancé recently moved the ashes underneath the Christmas tree. My thinking is, if it was our cat, it wouldn't have been scratching him. Only evil spirits cause harm, right? Depends on what level. Ghost playing a prank on us. Silly story about our missing TV remote. Our only TV is in the living room, and I'm often the last to watch it. My usual routine would be to turn it off, place the remote on our coffee table, turn off the lights, and head to bed. The next day, significant other comes home. We get ready to eat a meal in front of the TV, as per usual. But when it came to using the remote, it was missing. We finished our meals and spent the next half hour looking everywhere for it. We checked all around the couch, under it, pulled the pillows and blankets off, moved the cushions, literally checked all the cracks and crevices with a flashlight. We then checked the tables, kitchen, bedroom, even bathroom. We have a tiny apartment. It's usually very tidy, so its disappearance was super strange. Ended up finally getting a new remote and syncing that to the TV. We didn't bother putting the couch back together. Here I would like to mention that we have our sides of the couch, and that one blanket is draped tightly and tucked into the backboard. So imagine my surprise the following day when I found the missing remote sitting neatly on the backboard of my significant other's side of the couch. That's a significant side of the couch. It would have been under the blanket since we removed it the day before. We were super confused because we took the couch apart. It was the one place we checked thoroughly, and yet it was just sitting there on that significant other side. Premonition that probably saved my life. As a student in the late 90s, I was asked to take part in the UK University's pistol shooting competition at Bisley Camp, home of Britain's largest competitive shooting complex. I wasn't keen on it, as the Dunblane massacre had put a grim slant on things. Pistols were about to be permanently banned. Thought all guns were banned in Britain. Anyway. With peer pressure, I agreed to go along. A minibus would take the team up. We'd have the competition, come home, and go to the pub for a laugh. The night before the competition, I had a crystal clear dream of a white Ford Capri and a horrible accident. A row of 4 orange-leafed trees, a broken axle, a Scottish woman with a small black dog asking if I was all right. Woke up that morning to be told our minibus booking had fallen through and some guy called Luke would drive the 4 of us. I didn't know the guy, had never met him, never heard of him, knew nothing about him or his car and had never been to Bisley. Luke was just a friend of a team member doing us a favor, yet he was wearing the red jacket, black jeans, and blue baseball cap of the person I'd seen in my dream. When he turned up at our halls of residence in a white 2-door Ford Capri, both I and the friend I'd told about the dream essentially went pale and refused to get into the car. "Guys, you're being ridiculous. I had it serviced last month. It's old, but it's fine." "Nah, man, the front axle of that car is..." "What? The axle's fine." Pissed off because we were late, he gets in and throws the car up and down the driveway, jamming on the brakes and shouts, "See? Get in! We're late!" The day goes fine. Competition ends. All in high spirits. Get in the car and idiot Luke decides to speed up the main road out of the camp. Just as I yell, "Stop the fucking car, I'm getting out!" There's an almighty pop followed by screeching as the car veers left into a row of 4 orange-leaf trees, comes to a halt. Lots of panicked shouting and cursing. We get out, and yup, the axle has snapped. A crowd gathers due to the noise. As I'm standing there freaked out, a small woman I somehow recognize walks up. Yep, asks me if I'm alright. She has a Scottish accent and walking a small black terrier. When the AA man turns up, he tells us that if this had happened at speed on the motorway, there's a good chance we'd all be dead. We eventually got home via some ridiculous series of buses. I sat eating in silence in the dining hall with my friend. Both of us were just too fucked up to say anything. I described the whole thing to him that morning, and for several weeks afterwards he became quite distant, as though he mentally connected with me in death itself. About a decade later we caught up and the event came up in conversation. He found it much harder to talk about, but his comments always struck me. He said that what I told him and what occurred that morning had forced him to see life in a very different term. Essentially, he'd have to face up to the possibility that there was more to this life than he was willing to consider, and that it frightened him. He'd even had a few nightmares about it over the ensuing years, and as he said, the sheer size of it all and what it meant has always scared me since then. I'm in my 40s now, and I find myself thinking about it every so often. I still, well over 20 years later, find it very hard to describe what I truly feel. I just know that this life and this death are far larger than we can ever comprehend. To finish it all, a couple of years ago, I had to sit in the backseat of my brother's 2-door car on a quick journey. For the first time in my life, I had what I now know is a panic attack. Clearly linked to what I've just described. It was horrific, and I will never sit in one of those ever again. Even thinking about it makes me slightly nauseous. This stuff is buried very deep in our consciousness. Trust your dreams. And I'm going to tag on to that. Sometimes consider your dreams. After my mother died, we took her dog. My mom passed in 2010. My younger sister was put as executor for everything having to do with her mother. She was to take her dog named Gizzy, really a mutt, wiry hair, no structure, wouldn't even go outside and pee. When we brought her home, my third son took her, said he would clean up after her, feed her, walk her, all the things a kid'll say but will never do. My wife and I did buy a cage because she wouldn't pee or poo where she slept. We set her up with water and food inside the cage, and it wasn't a box, it was literally a cage, wire mesh. I believe those are called a kennel. We put her up at night out in the morning, walked around, went outside with the other pups to eat and drink, and then when we left, we had gone to bed pretty much, went back to the cage. It had a doggy bed and some towels, kind of cushy comfort. This lasted for about 3 months. My son was getting really attached to the pups, so I told my little sis that if she wanted Gizzy, then she'd better take him now, because I was done with the back and forth. Yes, I will take her, and no, I do not want to, you know how it is. At the 3-month mark, I told my son that she was his permanently, not going to his aunt's. It's done, she's ours. He was elated, and I was happy to see him happy. The poor thing needed a home, win-win, well, almost. I was working 3 or 4 off and 4 on 3 on. Whoops, screwed that up. I was working 3 on 4 off and 4 on 3 off. 12-hour shifts. So I was up at odd times, and my wife would fall asleep in the living room sometimes way before I was ready to go to bed. I would shut down the house and then get her to go to bed when I was ready. One night I had to shut down everything except the receiver. We have 5.1 Dolby, and that old receiver had died long ago, so we were using a little Panasonic that had gotten, well, everything was shut down except for that receiver and light. When over the speakers I heard really fast, "Thank you for," and then slower, "Taking care of," and very clearly, "Gizzy for me." I was dumbfounded. What the hell just happened? Tried to recreate it, then went and checked the receiver, and it wouldn't come on. I tried unplugging it, checked the fuse, reconnecting wires, nothing from that day forward. Speaker wouldn't work. But its last message sent chills up and down my spine. And this is one of the reasons I know there's life after death. That's as good as any. The scariest thing I've experienced. When I was a kid, for a long time, my family and I lived in an apartment building in Chicago. In this building, we experienced many paranormal things that felt evil. One of the experiences I had, I wanted to share with you all. Describing the scenery. To get into this apartment building, you had to enter through a gate. After entering the gate, you would just follow the cemented path, which was probably going to take you 5 seconds to get to some stairs. Going up the stairs, you would see windows to the first floor apartment straight ahead. Looking to the right, there would be a door that would allow you to enter the apartment complex. Now, entering through this door would take you to an extremely small room with 2 doors. The door to the left will take you into the first floor apartment. The door to the right would take you to the apartment that I lived in, the second floor. As you enter through the door to the right, it would lead to almost a spiral staircase. After reaching the top of the stairs, you would yet again reach another door, which would actually take you fully inside the second floor apartment. Opening that door, you would immediately see the living room. Incident. One afternoon, I was home alone watching anime in the living room. I was maybe 15 when this happened. I remember hearing somebody opening up the first floor door to get into the building, and the second door to get into the second apartment. I began to hear somebody walk up the stairs. At this time of day, I was under the assumption either my mom was done with work or my brother was done with wrestling practice getting home, which I was excited to not be home by myself. As the footsteps got closer to the door, I glanced at the bottom of the door, in which I then saw a shadow. Usually at this time, I would hear keys as somebody would be preparing to unlock the door. In this incident, I didn't. I just saw a shadow underneath. I started to hear slow scratches starting from the top of the door to the bottom. I honestly thought my brother was maybe just being an idiot and playing a prank on me. So I let it be and continued watching TV. As I was watching TV, I noticed the scratching continued on the door. It was getting more intense and intense. The shadow of somebody was still present under the door. At this point, I was pretty annoyed because I was like, dude, I'm trying to watch TV. Quit playing games with me. So I got up from the couch and went to the door and slammed it open. As I slammed it open, I looked around and didn't see my mom nor brother. So then I thought, this idiot is behind the door. So I checked behind the door and my brother wasn't there. I did see scratch marks on the door, though. My heart started racing and I ran down the stairs and ran out of my apartment. Called my brother up and he was still at the wrestling practice. Identical ring appearing out of nowhere. Okay, this happened to me a few years ago. I've always wondered how the hell it happened. Since it was something so physical, it's hard to wrap my mind around it. I was in college, home for the summer, and about to go back to school. My boyfriend of about 2 years had gotten me a ring the previous year in November for our anniversary, so I had it for almost a year. I had specifically picked out the ring from Pandora. It was a limited time piece. I'd never seen it before, and I'd asked him for it. It was a simple red heart and the band was scalloped, if that makes sense. It was nothing crazy, I wore it basically every day. I kept track of it very well, and this is important. While I was packing to get back to school, I had packed up all my jewelry and had accidentally packed away my daily jewelry that day. I figured no biggie because I'll be moving things in the next day. Getting sweaty and whatnot, so I didn't want to lose anything or ruin anything anyways. I'd unpack it the next day. Two of my friends had driven from different states the day before. That way we could move into our college house together. They came to stay the night at my dad's since I was in the same state as our college. We hung out in my room, watched TV, then went to bed because the next day was going to be long. I woke up the next morning and immediately noticed a ring to the right of my bed on the ledge of my wall. The ledge was only about a half an inch, maybe half an inch thick. You couldn't really fit much on it. I picked it up and it was exactly the same ring my boyfriend had bought me, but the heart in the middle was clear instead of red. I thought it was so weird. I picked up the ring and brought it into the room with my two friends. I asked if either of them left their ring in my room last night, and that it was so funny that we had the same one. Although I had been friends with them for years and wouldn't have noticed by then if we had the same one. They both said it wasn't theirs. I laughed and told them to stop messing with me. They looked really confused. They both said that they'd never seen the ring before and never owned one like it. I really thought they were trying to screw with me, but they did genuinely deny it and were just as confused as I was. Then I texted my boyfriend asking if maybe he had bought two different ones to test out the colors and forgot about it and somehow ended up in my room, even though I'd never noticed it on the ledge before. He said he definitely only bought one, and it was the red one. I reached out to my dad's girlfriend, who was the only other woman that stayed in that house, if she owned the ring. She said that she had never seen it before, was trying to check any logical explanation there was. I know what you're probably thinking, that I didn't actually pack the ring for my boyfriend and it was all there all along. I ran to my packed bag, pulled out the ring my boyfriend gave me. Still as red as I remember. I was holding the two identical rings in my hand with no explanation as to how the second one came about. The second ring was also my size. I went to Pandora's website to look at the ring and it wasn't even sold anymore. I couldn't find it anywhere. I still have no idea where it came from or why. The creepiest piece is that my dad's house was built in the 1700s. It was the original farmhouse of the town he lives in. Definitely not short on paranormal possibilities. To this day, I'm dying to know how it happened. I'd love to know people's opinions on this. That's a strange one. The Spirit in the Attic. It was a hot summer night, and I couldn't sleep due to the oppressive heat. As I tossed and turned in my bed, I suddenly heard a faint knock coming from the ceiling above me. Thinking it was just the old pipes in the house making noise, I tried to ignore it and go back to sleep. But the knocking persisted, kept growing louder and more insistent with each passing minute. Eventually, I couldn't take it any longer. Decided to investigate. I slowly made my way to the attic, my heart pounding in my chest. As I reached the top of the stairs, I was greeted by a ghostly figure hovering in the corner of the room. It had a translucent, ethereal quality to it, and its eyes seemed to glow with an otherworldly light. I was frozen with fear, unable to move or speak. The spirit seemed to be trying to communicate with me, but I couldn't understand what it was saying. Suddenly, it vanished before my eyes, leaving me alone in the dark attic. I fled back to my bedroom, my mind racing with questions. Who was this spirit, and why is it trying to communicate with me? Couldn't shake the feeling that it had a message that it needed to impart, but I may never know what it was. That night I learned that the paranormal was real, and that there are forces beyond our understanding at work in the world. The spirit in the attic will stay with me forever. A reminder that there is so much more to the universe than we can see or comprehend. Two-year-old sees my grandpa. I moved about 8 hours away from family years ago. We go home several times a year. that time is usually split between my family and my husband's. I have an enormous family, so I don't always get to see everyone when I'm there. My 2-year-old son had met my grandpa only 2 to 3 times. My grandpa had early dementia. At family functions, he would sit but not really engage. He would smile and would nod when you spoke to him, but that was it the last few years. When he was healthy, he was a giant personality. Absolutely adored kids. He had a big booming voice. A big storyteller, and he was everyone's grandpa. My son had only ever heard me refer to him as my grandpa when talking to my husband, family, or friends. I called my grandpa Pawpaw, though. My son never heard me say that. A week before he passed, I gave birth to my second son. Knowing how much he loved kids, I FaceTimed him in the hospital and told him that he had a new grandson. He nodded and cried tears of happiness. At this time, his dementia was so bad he could no longer talk or speak. My 2-year-old kept telling us that there was a ghost and would point and say there was a man following Mom with the baby. It was unsettling because I've had experiences my entire life. I would just be super casual and ask my son if he was scared or if the man was mean, and he would say no. One night I was putting my son to bed. I pray every night, and when I go to the part where I ask God to surround his bed with angels and keep the evil away, my son stopped me. He got a big smile and said, "Pawpaw comes protects me." I was in total shock. Pulled up a photo of him and my son pointed and said, "Yes, the man is Pawpaw." I asked him how he knew his name. Then he told me that Pawpaw told him. Trapped in the crawl space. I have tons of stories that happened to my family and I in this house. My dad bought a piece of property that had belonged to an old plantation. My neighbors lived in the plantation house across the lane. My dad built a massive, beautiful home on our lot. We had 2 giant trees in the front yard, and we were told a teacher got hung for teaching the slave children how to read and write. Things immediately started happening to me. The rest of my family made jokes about it and tried to make me feel crazy. After about 3 weeks, I noticed my parents and brothers started getting quiet when I would bring stuff up. They finally admitted to things happening to them. The house had a basement. It was pretty enormous. Most of the basement was finished, and the unfinished parts were behind doors leading out of the unfinished living room. There was a finished office, and in that office there was a small door halfway up the wall that led to a crawl space that was under the laundry room. My dad had asked my brother to get in there and spread gravel out in the back corner. We had lived there for several years. My brother and I were both in high school. My brother randomly comes running into my room, which is 3 stories away from the crawl space. He was extremely mad, asked me if I was pranking him. Shocked, I said no and asked him what was happening. He told me every time he got to the far back corner, he would hear a woman giggle from the office. She would stick her hand in and hit the switch for the lights. Still giggling, she would close the door in the crawl space, leaving him in pitch darkness where he would have an army crawl across dirt and gravel and hit the door to get out. He would have to army crawl. He said it happened 3 to 4 times. When he saw my reaction, he knew it couldn't be me. I decided to walk down with him and sit at the door with a flashlight and guard the door and a light switch while he finished spreading out the gravel. Visit from a friend who passed away via dream. Right around the time I got pregnant a year ago, one of my friends passed away in a tragic car accident. She was a friend from college and had recently moved within an hour of my home. The week before she passed, we had made plans for her to come visit the following weekend. I had this crazy vivid dream that I was going to a city to visit her. In my dream, not just anybody could get to the city. You had to have a guide to get there. I was in a weird-looking car, and my guide was unnaturally tall, silver shiny hair, no wrinkles at all, appeared young. He didn't talk to me at all, he just drove. We drove through tidal waves that hide the road. Once we were in the city, he dropped me off. This city was magical, but I was surprised to see it looked like any other city. I met a friend at a restaurant, and we talked like old times. She kept telling me how happy she was. Her death really upset me, not because I was going to miss her, but she had really found a good guy that she had a solid relationship with. And I knew she wanted to get married and have kids. She also had recently landed her dream job right before her death. During the dream, we continued to just kind of eat our dinner talking. She started telling me I was going to be so in love with my child, and that we would grow to be best friends as my child aged. When she was telling me this, I could see her running and playing in a field with a kid, but I couldn't tell the gender. My husband and I were going to wait until our child's birth to find out. In my dream, I asked her, "You know my child?" She smiled and said, "Yeah. They play all the time." I asked what gender it was, and she laughed and said, "I know your husband wants to be surprised, and I refuse to ruin that surprise." After dinner, we walked down to the street, and there were stores everywhere and people everywhere. The vibe was very jolly, almost like any other city during Christmas time. I looked at her and said, "Why don't you come back with me?" She smiled and said, "You know I can't do that." I promised, "I'm very happy here." I got sad and said, "Well, why don't I shop with you here for a little while?" She laughed and said, "You also know you can't stay here." We gave each other a hug and climbed back into the weird car with my guide. This dream was so vivid and so real. I'm certain it was her giving me some peace that she truly is okay with not living out her goals here on Earth. Hope so. Little brother knew his past life at 4 years old. So when my younger brother was around 4 years old, I was 6. My mom told me this story later on when I actually developed consciousness. Not conscious at 6, huh? He was very into normal young boy stuff, trucks, swords, monsters. But he had no knowledge of anything truly violent, like war. There was no way for him to know. But one night when my mom was talking to him before bed, he randomly told her that he remembered jumping out of a plane. He said that he was the last one to jump, and that he had stuff strapped to his chest, probably a parachute or bombs. I don't effing know. He went on to describe in perfect detail a World War II U.S. military uniform, and that him and other men had to jump to save something. He described it right down to the appearance of the plane, the color, and even the style of the boots that he wore. He didn't say much else and went to sleep. And like I mentioned before, he had no possibility or way of even knowing what a war was, let alone the soldiers' uniforms. We didn't get phones or internet access until we were much older, and surely don't teach that stuff after the ABCs in preschool. Freaked my mom out pretty bad, and it's kind of crazy looking back. Says he doesn't remember it at all now. Side note, my Mimi, grandmother, insists that me and my brother have some sort of psychic abilities that were passed down from her, and I'm not too sure. Nevertheless, pretty spooky stuff. What is reality? Am I just crazy for thinking about this? Let's find out. Okay, so I've talked to many people about this, and many people have had similar experiences. When they were a child, they felt like this world was more like a playground. My first memory regarding this was at 8, I was with a friend who was also 8, and we were returning from school. We were talking about random kid stuff in front of my home, and we started talking about something bizarre. We started imagining that the world was like a game, like we didn't belong here actually, and that we're just characters inside of that game being controlled by some kind of an alien race. This thing has always stuck with me for some reason. I've had other thoughts about that world, not just thoughts, but, very vivid daydreams about a world that's falling apart. And that same alien species, in order to extend their time, they would just use their technology to recreate their existence in other universes. Simulating them, pretty much. In a way that the game Soma does it with their ARC project. And these thoughts were quite before Soma and games of that scope, PS1 era of gaming back then. Now, also one of the stories from that same friend. He spoke about encountering weird anomalies when approaching TVs when he was little. Pretty much at the age of 8 to 10, he would sometimes feel the pulse of the TV, and once it hit him so hard he fell over. He was dazed and confused. I don't know, like once I remember he said that he could feel the surge of electricity. Another friend, when she was a little person, imagined that she wasn't inside of her body, and that everyone around her and her were the tall people, and not really people. Also, I know kids have a strong imagination, but not that well-defined sense of death and the concept of something abstract like death. Some would say what I felt because my brain was scared of death, so it made up these crazy stories. But I was an 8-year-old back then. I didn't think about dying. It's weird. And also, when you look at the quantum level of this universe, things start getting really freaky. So freaky that during my quantum physics classes in the uni, the professor would talk about how many quantum physicists would have formed a cult around it, if there were no other physicists that are in different fields to wake them up from that idea. I mean, there are particles that appear and disappear, change states and go through matter, go through us but never interact with matter including us. I always imagined said particles to be the way that the Matrix scans everything this way, using these very small and weird particles. Weird world. No comment. I saw something interesting on Christmas Eve. I'll make this as brief as I can. Christmas Eve, we were running out of time to do all the fun things we wanted to do with the kids before bedtime. I have 3 under 4 years old. One of the things was to sprinkle magic reindeer food on the front lawn. We planned to do this earlier, but we ended up going out front at like 18:45. So it got pretty much dark out already. It's like 6:45, by the way. As the kids were sprinkling the food around, having a blast, I looked across the street between 2 of my neighbors' houses. I saw someone in the shadows. This was a particularly dark area of the street, and this figure was wearing all black and blending in very well. Couldn't take my eyes off this figure in case they made a move toward my kids. It was below freezing out, and this person didn't have a phone out they were looking at. They weren't out smoking. They weren't going for a walk. They just stood in the shadows, watching my family from about 150 feet away. At one point, I think they noticed I was watching and moved further back into the shadows. We were out there for 10 minutes, and this figure never moved to go inside a house or walk down the block. On another night, I may have gone to talk to the person, but not on Christmas Eve when we still had 100 other things to do. I did call the police department when I got in because it was so odd and reminded me of Richard Ramirez. They came an hour later and of course saw no one. Here is my best description of what I saw. Remember, it was nighttime. This person was about 150 feet away, and it's in the shadows. Roughly 5'7", slim, dressed in all black, but I couldn't tell what kind of clothes. maybe a black hoodie and matching pants. I didn't see any shoes. The face was the weirdest part because I couldn't make out any features, just a sort of pale oval. Best way I can describe it was Slender Man, but shorter and a little thicker. After the kids were done, I'd pass the baby in my arms to my wife so they could go in first. I could watch and make sure this person didn't try to follow us. I told her to go first because of a creeper. She looked in the direction I was, but didn't see anything herself. I would have gone and looked. Shadow limbs. I've had some strange experiences growing up in the northwestern part of Montana. I'd like to share my first one. We were living in Somers near Flathead Lake. I was around 5 years old. I lived with my mom, dad, and newborn brother. Our house was a kind of a one-story rancher that was pretty secluded. My mom worked nights at a casino and sometimes would sleep on one of the couches in the living room when she got home. I wanted to sleep by her, so I tried to sleep on the other couch facing the dining room and kitchen area. The oven light was on, casting a soft yellow light. I was laying on my side looking toward the kitchen. I woke up, and what I saw was a disembodied shadow in the shape of a human arm sticking out of the wall. It extended from the side as if sandwiched between the fridge and the kitchen, and the wall separated the living room. It had a slight bend at the elbow, its palm facing up toward the ceiling. I noticed it was holding something in its hand. It looked like it was holding a brain. Remember the pink and gray color? It was shaped like seeing the human brain from the side. I was more disturbed by this observation even more than the shadow limb itself. The light from the kitchen is behind the arm, making it very prominent and out of place. I laid there looking at this thing for a while and it never moved. I don't remember being very scared, but definitely confused and unsettled. I don't think I was dreaming or experiencing sleep paralysis as I was able to lean up and try to get a closer look. I eventually fell back to sleep. This memory is so vivid to me. Hope I did a decent job describing my experience, but if anybody's had any questions or observations, I'd love to try and answer and discuss them. I have some more possible paranormal experiences, but that would be a lot to write in one night. I'm excited to share, and I hope others may find it interesting. Gotta say, if I saw an arm come out of a wall holding a brain, no matter what color the brain is, 1, I'm not going to sleep. 2, I'm not going to sleep. I'm up for 4 days. Next story. Native Grandma's encounter with a giant owl. My grandma recently passed. Wanted to share a story that she used to pretty much tell all of us. Now, some of the supernatural or paranormal stories weren't really that scary. More mythical, like the stories both her and my dad would tell of little people called minipeds, or little people. The name might be rough spelling, as it was like or rather, it's in the language of Kiowa, or Tanoan. Kiowa Tanoan. And I don't know the spelling of it, but that's how it sounded in English. But there's one story she'd always tell where we drove around the old road. It was around Mount Scott and Lake Lawtonka, near Medicine Park in Oklahoma. In the late 1960s, before my dad had my uncle, about 5 years, she lived close to the tribe in Carnegie, but still lived closer to Medicine Park. Usually she would go to Carnegie during the week for groceries, as she'd work nights at her job during the weekend. But on the odd occasion, she'd go to Medicine Park to get whatever groceries she needed that weekend. She either forgot or didn't get enough of. The reason she did is because there were no stores in Carnegie that were open late, or rather stores. But there was one in Medicine Park. She then told us that the mountain we drove around was scared. I'm screwing up all over the place on this one. was sacred to the tribe. We promised that no road would be built there by the government in the 1900s, but of course they built some there anyways, so when driving you could get a good view of the mountain and the lake closer. Because of this, it is now haunted by a spirit that's aggressive if you drive at night. Now, a lot can agree that native creatures and supernatural stories were just made up, but this was the first real event that made her believe more than what she thought was real regarding native ghost stories. This particular night, the clouds covered the moon and stars, so it was darker than usual. It didn't bother me so much that you can see the road, and I'll be damned if I'm wasting gas to go to Carnegie. But around halfway through the trip, her car stopped, just turned off by itself. Thought it was weird, but probably just something wrong with the car. She went to turn it on and nothing. So she tried a second time. Immediately after attempting to start a second time, she said she heard something whoosh above the car. Then she started it a third time and it worked. But in a span of about 4 seconds, she said she saw a large black figure in the middle of the road, not 6 feet away from the car. When she noticed, she saw it reacting to the light shining as it quickly turned its head and showed its big glowing eyes. It then flew up into the air, never to be seen again. She just called it the owl, but me and my brother liked the name Owlman better. Kind of a joke as we're obsessed with the silly cryptids like Frogman. But the reason she claims this was a significant encounter was because owls in our tribe are taboo. They're said to be bad omens. If you see one, it means someone close to you is going to die very soon. About a year after is when my dad was less than a year old, or about a year after when my dad was less than a year old, they found out my grandpa had cancer. It would be a little over a decade before he died from it, but the owl and the bad news were not coincidental. Now, do I believe it? Yes, I do. My grandma was dead set on it being a true story, and my dad believed it too, so probably because he had heard stories of paranormal stuff happening to him. He said it himself. There are things out there you can't even imagine. Think of how many times things sounded fake until it was found or it happened. If I ever get with my dad again soon, I'll ask him more about those kinds of things and maybe post them, but for now, what do you think of this encounter? I know it didn't happen to me, but it happened to somebody who was very close. Plus, I never see native paranormal encounters other than Skinwalker or what have you. I apologize for pronouncing your tribe name wrong. I couldn't have been right. Father's native great-aunt is a shapeshifter. So first, I do want to say that native families are a bit confusing, at least in my tribe. They never really had words for cousins or cousins from another family or stepfathers and such. Just brother, sister, father, mother, grandmother, grandfather. Those kinds of things are super simple, so the use of aunts, uncles, and cousins are really only now being used. Even though you can have multiple mothers, fathers, grandmothers, and grandfathers, because again, no real words for stepfamily, so they just call each other mother or father. For example, I have 3 grandmothers. They're all 3 sisters by blood, and only one is my direct grandmother. If you're still confused, I kinda still am too, but hey, it is what it is. Anyways, back to what you actually care about, the shapeshifter. Before my father left Oklahoma, he'd lived with his mom and father and occasionally with his other family in Carnegie. It was either the family in the town or outside of the woods. Very few times he'd be with his family outside the town and would usually refuse to want to go. Quote, "It was a couple of cabin houses and it sucked having to stay there," end quote, he told me. But being so young, he'd usually have no say. His great-aunt and cousins lived there from his mother's side. The great-aunt was very old, being about 76 at the time. She only got up and was about to cook and clean and use the restroom and go to bed. Even then, she'd have trouble using a cane to get around. She was also obese, which didn't help with her age and moving around. She'd spend most of her free time sitting down knitting or making quilts. One night, my dad asked her if he could go out into the woods to walk around. but because it was so late she didn't let him. He asked her why, and she said there are wild animals and spirits in the woods that could hurt him after dark. My dad wasn't too convinced at the time, as he'd never believed any native legends or supernatural things, so we just figured she didn't want him to get attacked by a wild animal. Fair. This was before his encounter with small people, which I did post here about a while ago. His cousins had overheard what was going on, and the older ones, who were grandkids, said that she was very, very serious about the matter. They shared stories of creepy things happening in the woods after dark, and even during the day. They told him that even if he ever went into the woods alone during the day, to stay alert, because spirits there can cause you to get lost, and to go home if you hear silence in the woods. Nature knows when something unnatural or supernatural is around, so all the animals and even the wind in the trees will go silent. They told him that animals in the woods aren't always animals, and are in fact people, unable to become human again. After telling him that they let it slip about the odd being a shapeshifter. She didn't deny it, and said it to be true, but rarely became one because she never needed to anymore. Not convinced, my dad and his cousins asked her to prove it. She agreed to and said that she'd show him in the morning. Morning came, and of course, they again pressured her to show them. She agreed and made everybody leave the cabin. She told them to wait out there for 1 minute. Go to the other cabin, she'll be there. So they left and stood between cabins for a minute. While they waited, my dad said he saw like a rat about as big as an eggplant run across a small field between the cabins. After he saw it go into the cabin, he ran in and saw his aunt sitting in the chair, chuckling and clasping her hands. His other cousin, who didn't see the rat and also weren't her grandchildren, still didn't believe her, asked if she could do it again, and she did. She told them the same thing, to stand outside for a minute, come to the other cabin, so they did. When my dad saw the rat, he pointed it out, and everybody saw it go to the other cabin, heading back to the cabin. She said she would be, and she was there. In the chair, she was chuckling. Maybe she was pulling their legs, but she claimed there was absolutely no way she could have gone from one cabin to the other without being seen. You see, the cabins where they stayed, they were built in a big field surrounded by woods, and the field was flat and open. If anyone or anything went across the field to the other cabin, you'd most definitely see it. Now, do I believe it? Maybe. Do I think she was a skinwalker? No. I know hearing this, you'd think that because it's a native person becoming an animal, but my dad said these things were just as normal as somebody having a different gene trait. Like some people have different looking feet and faces, and some people in the Kiowa tribe can become animals. Just normal to them, I guess. I'd have to see or experience it to believe it honestly, but if I was in his situation, I'd have believed it. Greetings. Welcome to Paranormal M, your portal to the mysterious and unexplained. Subscribe and enable notifications, and embark on a journey through the realms of the supernatural with us. We promise to keep you on the edge of your seat. I know for a fact I saw a ghost/demon. However, when I was around 7 or 8, me and my mother lived in a homeless shelter. There was an office and a locked door before entering the building to prevent intruders/abusive significant others from entering. It was a woman's shelter. When you enter the room with the locked door, you can see into the office itself and see the community cameras on the monitor. I routinely was a nosy fucking kid, so of course I was always looking at the cameras. One night I looked at the monitors and I saw a woman standing in the way of the kitchen camera. It was blocking everything else out. I don't remember much of what she looked like, but I do remember it felt terrifying to look at her. Like she could see me. I remember distinctly that she had no eyes and her hair was pulled back, but not much else. I told my mom because I was scared, of course, and she told me that she saw nothing. only in the kitchen. Maybe it was the trick of the light or where I was standing that made it look like that. I accepted that and pretended that there was nothing there. However, just before the door to the shelter let us in, that specific camera went fuzzy. I mean, full-on static. Then I saw nothing, just the kitchen. No woman, and no way somebody could be that close to the camera considering it was high up enough to be showing the entire room. Needless to say, it freaked my mom out enough that she worried for me. I know what most of you were thinking. It could have been somebody hacking the camera. Someone could have been working on it. And all would be true if anyone else had seen her too. It was unmistakable. There were 7 cameras and no one noticed a woman. Everybody else saw a kitchen. As I've grown up, I've had multiple ghost encounters. However, this is the only one I felt malice in. Like they wanted to scare me at the very least. Other times that should have been more terrifying simply don't live up to the dread of feeling watched by someone only you can see. Furthermore, being watched by someone with no eyes. The scariest part of all, though, is that I have proof. For no one else I know specifically, it was real, and so does my mother. And I always wonder why me, I was a kid with nothing special. Why want to scare me, but none of the other kids? My apartment is haunted. Almost 2 years ago, my fiancé and I moved into our first apartment. It's honestly the perfect spot for us. Close to work and family, off a quiet street, and our neighbors have luckily never been an issue. Some things I think are important are as follows. We are on the end of the building on the first floor. We still need to walk up a small set of stairs, so we're not actually on ground level. There is one tenant above us and one next door. The apartment diagonal to us has been empty since we moved in. The entire structure of the building is cement and brick, so it's incredibly rare that we ever hear our neighbors. The only time we hear our upstairs neighbors is when they turn their shower on, and sometimes we can hear them playing music, but even that is rare. We never hear them walking, talking, or just moving around in general. I think it's also worth mentioning that we are far from the street, so we never hear cars going by. Now, it seems like we catch something odd happening about every 2 months. Other things have happened, but we don't catch everything. My fiancé and I at the time did this first incident basically working opposite shifts. I work a typical 8 to 5 desk job, and he worked a 24-hour EMS shift every few days, so I was alone some nights. My first night alone, I invited my friend to stay over. She slept on the sofa in the living room area. May of 2018. In the morning, she told me that she got startled in the middle of the night by a noise. When she woke up, she was sweating. She felt like there was something heavy on her chest. She explained the noise was some kind of deep growling sound. I hate to say I kind of brushed this off at first. We ate a lot of junk food and drank some wine before going to bed. She seemed pretty adamant that something weird happened though, and still refuses to sleep over to this day. We decided to get a security camera. This is where my video starts. July 2018. We have a small bookshelf facing the front door. On the left-hand side, there's an open space to walk into the kitchen, and on the right-hand side is the living and dining room. There's hardly any real airflow in this space. On this bookshelf, we had maybe 5 or 6 congrats on your first apartment cards. One morning when my significant other went to leave for work, he saw one of these cards on the ground. So we checked the camera. If you turn the volume all the way up, you can clearly hear the card get smacked and then hit the shelf it was standing on before smacking itself flat on the ground. I can't even tell you the amount of times we tried to recreate it and couldn't. This happened at exactly 2:45 a.m. July 2018. The next night after the card falling, the nightlight in our living room goes out at 4:45 a.m. This could be coincidental. September 2018, 5 a.m. You can hear something fall, bang around, and then slide. You cannot see anything happen in the video, with the exception of our rat boys moving around a little. The only hard surfaces we have are everything you can see in the shot in the bathroom. My significant other and I heard this one and we investigated. Nothing was on the floor anywhere, and the noise 100% came from our apartment. And like I said, all our walls and ceilings is cement. We know what our neighbors sound like. This was not them. November 2018, 1:23 p.m. My gym bag flips over onto the ground. I know this could be things shifting normally. However, no one had touched this bag in about a week. I walked in from being outside exactly 1 minute later. When we saged the apartment, everything seemed to quiet down a little bit, and since then we haven't captured anything moving around. But we still hear odd noises, and things will just act strange. Unfortunately, we've forgotten to save it on the camera, so I've no proof. I'm a little bit skeptic, so I tend to write things off pretty easily, but it seems like we're haunted by something that just loves to startle us. For example, setting off the fire alarm after we're in bed. This happened 3 separate times. Turning on the Xbox. I read this can happen, but it's only happened once after my friend asked if anything else had happened recently. Hearing knocking inside the apartment. Hearing something fall but finding nothing on the ground. Light bulbs in the stairwell burning out incredibly fast. Then, in September 2019, my friend and I were out for a walk. When we came back in, I realized a notepad on the fridge had fallen off. Check the cameras and you can see a pillow on my sofa fall over. Less than a minute later, the list falls off the fridge. If one or the other happened, I would have just thought it was a little weird, but both happening just seems like too big of a coincidence. Agreed. Ghost dog. When you think of a ghost dog, some may think lost innocent spirit, and others may think demonic. In my case, I'm not really sure how I feel about what I saw. It all began in 2017. I had a friend over and we'd been playing Minecraft on the PlayStation 3. We played for hours on end, having the time of our lives. Everything was going well, until my grandpa cake storming out of his room, demanding that we go to sleep. My friend, being completely terrified of my grandpa, went to sleep immediately. On the other hand, I decided to see if I could still stay up all night. Note, we were sleeping on our L-shaped couch together. She was on one side and I was on the other. Hours passed, I was still lying awake with no phone, only a crappy dinosaur watch from Checkers. It's a shop. I couldn't tell the time even though I was 11 and everyone else in my class could sort of figure it was about 3 because the hands were on the 3. I stopped staring at the roof and looked over to the mini lounge next to the couch that had 2 pink velvet couches, one of which, to my disbelief, a dog appeared standing on top of the back of the couch. That was of the 2-seater sofa. It wasn't a normal dog, though. It was a skeleton of a dog. Quite a big dog, too. It was staring forward into the mirror across the room, its eyes red and body emitting black smoke. In that moment, I didn't feel any fear, more sense of curiosity and calmness. Wasn't afraid whatsoever and just stared. Thought I was asleep, but I was awake and it was really happening. I was laying there staring at this demonic-looking dog. No sound around the surrounding areas displayed faint color of the objects around me, accompanied by fuzz, sprinkles of gray. This dog disappeared after a few blinks. In the morning, my friend woke up in her own pee. She had peed the bed. She's never done it before, and it could have been a coincidence, but I don't think so. My aunt just died this week, and now my lights freak out. Help. SOS. How do I gonna do this? I gonna treat this like some sort of report for me. That's the best way, I think. What happened? So my aunt just died this week, and yesterday night my lamps start flickering. Thought nothing of it, but then I told my mom. She also had it happen in her home around the same time. Info about my aunt. She was mentally handicapped, very heavy, in parentheses. So she never talked. Well, she did talk, but it meant nothing. She went downhill last week and died this week. We burned her, and I was with my dad and mom till the last moment. How I feel about it? Well, I think it's a bit weird, 'cause when my grandmother died, nothing happened. I also did not feel the vibe change, or something, but when the lights freaked out, I just knew what it meant. I cheeked my lamps twice to debunk it, but nothing came from it. I also didn't see anything. Do I believe in ghosts? Well, yes and no. I know they are here, but always when something like this happens, I can debunk it or have an idea what's going on. But now I don't have any idea what's up. What now? I'm gonna observe my lamps, and will watch the vibe. I know some things I need to look out for, and I will stay on my feet. What else could it be? Well, I collect World War II stuff, but I have a cross on my displays, and I never had any issues with my World War II stuff. I do have a helmet that has blood in it, and if you pick it up you can feel power of that relic. But otherwise I don't have anything that I get feelings when I hold it. Could it be this? I don't know, I have the helmet for some years and never had something happen. I only feel that something is up with it, but I also think this is just in my head. Raises eyebrow. Entity attached to me. I've always been in disbelief about it. When I was very young, I encountered an entity on my wall. A dark shadow figure in the shape of a tall man with a hat. I battled with my parents over this presence that would appear to me when the sun would set. My mom would get very angry at me when I was young, because I would rather stand in the hallway in complete darkness crying all night out of fear, or they would find me sleeping on any bed or room that wasn't mine, as long as I wasn't alone. My mom would complain that I was scaring her, but the truth is, I was more scared. I would hear tapping every night by my bed, followed by the outline of a tall man. Finally, I was given holy water, and the day I put it on that wall, it was a blessing. Issue resolved. It disappeared the same day, or so I thought. I didn't have problems in that house. Moving forward, I'm having issues with tapping on the walls once more. Only this time, it's in a freshly built home. It follows me around from bedroom to kitchen to living room, only when I'm up late to hear it. When I mention it or try to record it, the tapping sounds immediately cease. It's only targeting me for attention. I ignored it for a long time, hoping it was all some explainable coincidence. However, today I finally captured a video that makes me sick to my stomach. I was up late around 2 a.m. That's when I heard knocking on the corner of the wall. I decided to listen for a bit, then pull out the camera to record. Of course, it immediately stopped. I instigated by knocking on the wall. It knocked back at me, mocking the same exact knock I made. I'm in shock and disbelief. If anybody's dealt with this or can help, please do. I'm not in any immediate danger, but this is a cry for help. I need this away from me and my family. I'll show my mom the video and other evidence. The other evidence I've gathered in the morning. Any advice is welcome. The little doll that wanted my soul. The little doll had a spirit attached to it. We had a paranormal team come take it to the museum with other haunted artifacts local to us. We found them at a yard sale. They were both missing the same side leg. LOL. The owners and we joked about the dolls being haunted. We bought them both for $5. When we get in the car to leave the yard sale, we found the dolls It started to hail with the sun shining. We ended up going to eat. There was no way we could shop the yard sales in the rain. After we got done eating about an hour later, we went to another yard sale a block away from where we'd gotten the dolls from. Everything was dry and nothing was out of place. I asked the lady how did she keep her stuff dry when that hail came through. She didn't know what I was talking about. If my fiancé wasn't with me, I don't know if I would have believed myself. LOL. That night, my fiancé had a real bad dream about the smaller doll. It was telling him to kill me. He woke up and thought he actually hurt me. I joined some groups and shared the picture of the doll on Facebook. They immediately knew it was the little doll. My friend showed her mom the picture of the doll. Her mom wanted to come see it before the paranormal team took it. When they got to my apartment, she went to hold the doll, but immediately set it back down. The energy was so overwhelming. I asked her if I should try to hold it. It was my doll. She said sure. I picked it up, and as soon as I did, I felt the sensation like a high, almost start to come through my feet, slowly inching its way up my body. When it got to my neck, I started choking and sobbing uncontrollably. Everybody yelled at me to put it down. I put it down, and the feeling went much faster back out through my feet the same way it came in. My aunt almost died when she was in a car wreck. I could feel her soul leaving through her feet. Whatever it was tried entering my body for sure. We all wanted to go outside to get some fresh air after that. We walked outside between the apartment buildings, and on the deck behind me, all of a sudden there were like these 5 big-ass crows behind me on the balcony screeching at me. They were screeching like they wanted to attack us, LOL. Well, my friend and her mom went home. I don't blame them, LOL. Anyways, the paranormal team comes. The air is so heavy when you walk in the apartment, you can literally feel the energy. They start blessing the dolls in the house, and the neighbor's dog is howling the entire time, which it never does. The lady carried a white stone to keep her grounded and protected. She started freaking out. The stone turned hot. The energy level was a 3.5 out of 10. It was all so crazy. Glad I have so many witnesses. LOL, if you look in the picture, just one doll and you zoom in, its right or your left eye, you can see the outline of a little boy's face. I didn't even notice that until this past year when somebody pointed it out to me. Several people told me it was the spirit of a little boy. It only occurs to me now that saying Beck is saving those precious milliseconds to write out cause, or in this sense, Oz. If you bring those two together, you'd get a glorious word called because. My non-SP experiences were low-grade scary. For some background on me, I never considered myself sensitive to anything. But I've had very vivid sleep paralysis, SP experiences since I was 12. I refuse to watch horror movies because based on the SP, my psyche has enough material to work with. I've seen pastors and other religious people with the yellow halos. I'm spiritual and moderately religious. I've definitely been afraid during many sleep paralysis episodes, but also had a few that seemed casual and even friendly. Only 3 times have I had waking experiences that surpass my logic. Number 1 was my first ever encounter. It was a simple knocking on the corner of my bedroom at 11 years old. I was a military brat, moved many times, but never encountered anything until this house. This is also the house where I experienced sleep paralysis for the first time. I headed to bed one night and I was up reading. I heard a knocking that steadily picked up pace from the upper corner of my room. I yelled for my mom and immediately the knocking slowed down. As soon as she opened her bedroom door to the hall, the knocking stopped. She came in, checked on me, rolled her eyes a little, and went back to her bedroom. As soon as she closed the door, the knocking picked up again. I yell, it slows. She opens the door. Rinse and repeat 2 more times before my mom lets me sleep in her room. And this never really occurred again. This house, or after. I had one morning of sleep paralysis during which I heard chains dragging to my room. Felt my blanket be lifted off of me. Laid back down, heard chains dragging back out of the room. I remember being uneasy in that house, which makes no sense because it was a new build. Maybe it could be explained away by pressure differences, but the slowing at my yelling was what really freaked me out. Like it knew I was scared, and it was teasing me almost, like letting my mom witness it too. Strange noises continued to haunt my evenings. Number 2. This one still, excuse the pun, haunts me. Where's the pun? I'm gonna find it. Strange noises continue to haunt my evenings. Number 2, this one still haunts me. I will excuse the pun because I find it to be absent. I was 22, asleep in college at my boyfriend's house in his bed. Several nights prior, I had heard or felt a scratching on my pillow. I turned the pillow, found no source. I then nudged the boyfriend, asked him about it, to which he responded in utter groggy confusion. He was facing the other way with both arms out to reach my pillow. He hadn't heard anything. He suggested it was his roommate's hedgehog on the other side of the wall. It happened briefly a couple more nights after. One day I glimpsed the roommate's room, saw the hedgehog was on the dresser against the opposite wall. For how loud the scratching was, and the way I felt it in the fabric against my cheek, that couldn't have been the source. All of these previous times it was brief and went away after I investigated a little bit. Until one night, persisted after I flipped the pillow. It persisted after I remade my half of the bed. It persisted when I used a completely different pillow. I felt along the wall as it was occurring, thinking maybe it was a mouse or a bug. I tossed and turned and the scratching continued. I wasn't scared as much as I was annoyed. I just wanted to sleep. Exasperated, I slammed my head back and said out loud, "Stop it." Instantly I froze. The scratching had indeed stopped, but there was a pressure on my body and a feeling of terror came over me like I'd never experienced. I was suddenly crying, though I couldn't hear or see anything out of the ordinary. Inexplicably, I thought something horrible was about to happen. It took me a moment to think about the terror. I began praying in my head. As I did, this feeling of warmth and lightness blossomed, slowly flowed from the center of my chest, until the fear and pressure were completely gone. Boyfriend never believed me, though he knew about the SP that started up again my freshman year. The weird thing is, the scratching continues to happen very intermittently to this day. As soon as I pray, it disappears. It's happened every time I tell the story, most notably when I went tent camping with a friend in the middle of the woods. We were sharing ghost stories over the fire. I told this one, then went to bed, and we both felt the scratching on our pillows on the opposite ends of the tent. However, similar to my sleep paralysis, it doesn't occur when I sleep in a room with an open Bible. Even just last week at 25, I woke up to sounds like somebody snapping their fingers in my apartment at 3 a.m. Turned the lights on, checked the apartment was secure. Tried to track the sound, but it moved room to room. Came back to my bedroom and realized I'd left folded shirts covering my Bible. The moment I took them off, a pressure lifted, my sinuses cleared, and the sounds halted. I don't know if it's the same entity following me as perhaps the deep laughing I hear sometimes recurring in SP events, or just a series of unfortunate encounters. I've since been speaking in gentle tones to encourage anything hanging around my apartment to move on or stay with me in a quiet peace. Regardless, the Bible stays. And I might live in fear of missing a pun that was actually there and I just don't understand it. Damn my brain. Lady of the House. So the house I live in was built sometime in the 40s. It sits on 5 acres of land. I live in a very small town. Smaller than small, I call it a micro town. It's hardly even a town, there's not much here, and it's pretty rural, but nested between 2 other cities. Only about a quarter of our land is cleared, the rest is dense woods. We don't go back there often because of ticks. However, my boyfriend's been throughout the whole property. They came across what used to be another house deep in the woods. It looks as though it had burned down. All that's left is some bricks, which match the bricks of our fireplace and front porch. And the cement blocks in the house once sat on, which match the cement blocks that our house sits on. Our house is all wood, except for vinyl siding, which was probably put on in the last 30 years or so. I'm assuming the old house burned down and the original family rebuilt the current one that we live in now. All 5 acres have remained as one property over the years, so the original family owned every bit that we own now. There's no record to my knowledge of the house that we found in the woods, so there's no telling how old it is. The town was established in the 1830s, and something odd to note is that there are no cemeteries here. I do know that it was common to have a family plot on your property, and most homes here sit on at least a few acres. So honestly, I believe there could be a couple of people buried here, but we haven't found any headstones. But also, if they were marked with flat headstones, they could possibly have been grown over or covered. So here's where the paranormal aspect comes into play. A few months ago, I was getting ready for work. I was in the bathroom with the door open. The bathroom's at the very back end of the house. I suddenly heard a woman talking. As I stepped out into the hall, it stopped. Walked around, made sure the TV wasn't on, computer wasn't on, and it wasn't my phone, which was right next to me. I brushed it off and carried on. I told my boyfriend's dad about it, and he mentioned seeing a shadow figure in the living room and dining room area, which is where the woman's voice came from. A few days ago while I was at work, my boyfriend was here alone in the office at the back of the house by the bathroom. He was messing with a knife or something, and all of a sudden, here's a woman laughing. It sounded like it came from the front of the house. He's a skeptic and has never had a paranormal experience, but he texted me right away. I reminded him of when I heard her talking, and 2 nights ago we were sitting on our bed with the door open. We were right across from the kitchen. He had the lights off aside from the lamp in our room. He looked at me and said he just saw a figure walk across the kitchen toward the dining room. I've never seen a figure myself, and we aren't scared. Whatever's here seems friendly. Wish I knew more about the history of the property. Confusing experience from childhood. My girlfriend the other day asked me if I'd ever had a paranormal experience. I gave it a quick thought. started to say no when an old memory came flooding in. I was about 10. My family went to visit my stepdad's side of the family in a very small town in Minnesota. The trip was fine until my mom left a couple of days early. I didn't mind. I'm very close with my stepdad and having a good time with all the cousins. The house was short on beds, so me and my stepdad shared a bed in the basement. I woke up extremely uncomfortable. Best way I could describe it is having the feeling of crushed by hard plastic, like the kind they use for Nintendo 64 products. The feeling even had the same creaking to it. I was young and scared, abnormally scared. Could move, but painfully. I woke up my stepdad and he thought I was just having a bad dream, but it didn't really subside until I got him to take me upstairs. Slept on the floor upstairs after that and have never been able to come up with an explanation for what happened. I'm in my 30s now and it still makes me nervous to think about. Any thoughts? I tried to convince myself that it wasn't happening. Growing up, I, a 29-year-old female, lived in a haunted house. My sisters and mother all have an affinity for the paranormal, but I'm too scared to allow myself to see it. Every time something unexplainable happened, I would run away, ignore it, pretend it never happened, and distracted myself. Examples would be hearing my parents call my name when I know I'm home alone, hearing clicking noises that are coming from the middle of an empty room, clearly seeing someone standing in the corners I pass by, doing a double take for them to no longer be there. One night when I was about 19, I was staying up late, watching cartoons and drawing. It was about 2 a.m. when my dog picked up her head and started looking toward the middle of my room. She jolted back as if something freaked her out, then immediately got off my bed and ran in the middle of the room, barking hysterically at something I couldn't see. This immediately gave me goosebumps. Called my dog back multiple times, trying to get her back to my bed and make her calm down. She wouldn't stop. Then it happened. I felt something. It was like somebody squeezed my legs. I had both my legs out in front of me, sitting up, and they were under blankets. I felt it, but I thought I was imagining it. Then I looked down to see, clear as day, 2 large hand-shaped imprints over the blankets, slowly running from below my knee up to my thighs. My lights were on and I was sober. I was fully awake. There was no denying that it happened. I couldn't move. I didn't know what to do. I started crying, called my younger sister, sleeping in another room next to me, over and over. She woke up, came to my room. My dog didn't stop barking until my sister came there. I had a full-blown panic attack, and I know this story's not as scary from an outside perspective, but I've never been so scared. Another strange factor was around this time we had a peeping Tom that was leaving lots of evidence of them looking through our windows, trying to open windows and getting into our cars. He would leave handprints and forehead prints on our windows, and I think I may have woken up while he was watching because he left a stepladder, grabbed it from our side yard against my window on multiple occasions. Another time we found bare footprints outside our window in mud after a rainy night. We never figured out who it was, but all my sisters and I have since moved out of my parents. Haven't noticed anything else weird happening. They didn't notice it before either. I was the only one finding or pointing out the occurrences. I know these are 2 different situations, but I sometimes feel like they're related somehow. Moved out a couple of years later with no reoccurrences in the night. It was one of the scariest experiences I've ever had, and when I talk about this story out loud, I still tear up and get emotional. I do still experience things depending on where I live. Luckily, the house I now own does not have any weird vibes or things happening after a couple of years of living here. I just thought I would share one of my scariest paranormal experiences. Gotta say, one of my favorite memories. Well, let me back it up. Peeping Toms, to me, or the idea of it, may be scarier than ghosts. and a very good memory of mine, is Peeping Tom was sneaking around my house, and I think we kind of knew about it beforehand. Or at least, there was evidence of this happening. So we hear this noise at the bedroom or bathroom door, and my dad jumps out of bed, and I think he's in tighty-whities and grabs a handgun, clicks the magazine into the gun, and then you hear this guy fall down this sort of little cliff I had by my house. You could kind of hear him rolling down the cliff. And I'm just standing there in the hallway, not really knowing what's going on, but in awe of the spectacle of both the sight of him and the sounds of the guy rolling down the cliff. So, in essence, screw those guys. Sorry if that was TMI. A Christmas visit from Grandma. My grandma died when I was very young. It affected me deeply because she's been watching me at the time while my mom was out. She died in front of me, and I reacted as best as I could being a child. I went to my aunt and uncle's house who lived just behind me. All I knew was that something was wrong with Grandma because she'd fallen down the stairs. The EMTs came after. They called 911, but nothing could be done. She had passed. For the longest time, I had trouble dealing with it. I spent the longest time blaming myself and hurting deeply over it. This has been the most traumatic experience of my life. Shortly after she died, we moved into the home that she lived in to take care of my great-grandma. Though with time it's healed as best as it can, the one thing I think about my grandma during Christmas. If there was ever a truer person that embodied love and the spirit of the season, it was my grandma. She would gather all my relatives, aunts and uncles and cousins to her house. For a holiday feast, everyone would gather together. From far and near, too, because my grandma was pretty much the matriarch of the family. The entire glue that was our family was held together by her hands, not to mention her food. If there's one thing she could do well, it was cook. But her expertise, I think, was baking. I have fond and vivid memories of gathering apples from the apple tree in the backyard for her. That's where she would bake pies, crisps, and whatever else she could do with them. Though her cookies were the best. I loved my grandma's cookies, and she made the best chocolate chip in the world. I would stake my life on it. I remember her kitchen always being filled with the most wonderful smells imaginable. I recall a time during the holiday season when I was really missing her. It had been many years since she'd passed, and I was still trying to come to grips with her dying, and I was so young. I was sitting in my bedroom thinking about it and kind of just talking to her in my head. I was feeling rather upset over it, really, and, I miss you, Grandma. It was the thought in my head that came, and shortly after it did, there was a loud sound in the kitchen. The sound was of a clash of pots and pans, almost like somebody was getting them out and tossing them on the countertops. We had cats at the time, so I assumed they were being ornery and had knocked things over. So I went into the kitchen to investigate. There was nothing. Not a cupboard opened or anything strewn about. Nor was there a pot or pan out of place, as well as nothing at all on the countertops themselves. It was confusing, to say the least. I shrugged it off as an odd occurrence and went back to the room. Though it was then that the whole house filled with the most pungent and wonderful smell. It was of someone baking. Not just the kitchen, but the entire house itself permeated with what smelled like a mix of brownies and cookies being made. My heart was strangely warmed by it. I had forgotten about being sad. Though it did dawn on me that it wasn't just a weird occurrence. I'm convinced that it was my grandmother coming back to comfort me. Let me know that she was still around and that she loved me in the best way that she knew how. The story doesn't end on that note, however. When my mom came home from work that day, as soon as she walked through the door, she said, It smells like somebody's been baking in here. Merry Christmas, Grandma. Yes, Gecko. I concur. Baby keys on the basement floor. It all started when I was around 13. It started with footsteps that were heard by my stepdad, mom, and sister. We were all sitting in the living room when this happened. It's done numerous things over the years. Turned on the blender, turned on lights, turned on the water faucet, lots of footsteps and moving things. There are witnesses to some of these events. It's quieted down though over the years. About a year ago, and there was a flurry of activity over a few weeks. Several witnessed by my wife, one by my mom who was visiting. There hadn't been anything I noticed until last night. And here's a quick backstory. Earlier this year, I did a pretty thorough organization of the house. We have 2 kids, 9 and 7. We went through all of their toys and asked them if they wanted to save or to donate an item. All of the toys they wanted to keep to give to their kids someday. I put in a plastic Ziploc tote and put those totes on the top shelf in the basement. Went downstairs last night and a set of baby keys was laying in the basement floor. And what I mean by baby keys are plastic keys you give to a baby for them to chew on or to play with. They're different bright colors, about 6 to 8 of them on a ring. I specifically remember my daughter telling me that she wanted to keep them. I remember putting them in one of those totes. Now the totes are on the top shelf. Settle down. My kids are little and not really physically capable of, taking down this thing, let alone put the tote back up. All the totes are on the shelf. Also note that they will not go downstairs by themselves. They're afraid of ghosts. Also note I took Christmas decorations up from the basement a few weeks ago, put the plastic totes back there. There were no keys on the floor. Also note my wife has not messed with any of the stuff in the basement. She leaves it to me to bring up and down the decorations. So there they were on the basement floor. When I saw them, I said out loud, "Well, that's unusual." They're still there. Hadn't put it back in. Not earth-shattering, but still interesting and unusual. I wonder what's next, since, it let me know it's here. Possession or just the unexplained? When I was 12, I was in boarding school. The school term ended and I came home from the school holidays to my childhood home that my mom had only recently moved back into, after having had some tenants for some time. They were still like unpacked boxes piled high in the dining room, and the furniture was out of place. Happily, my old friend Emma, who had been in a different school, was invited over. I hadn't seen her in a long time. That evening, out of boredom, or whatever you might call it, my mother, Emma, and I decided to play a game called Glassy Glassy. Glassy Glassy is basically the poor man's Ouija board. All it takes is a drinking glass turned upside down, scraps of paper on either sides of a small glass table with the words yes and no. As we put our fingertips to the bottom of the overturned glass, it eventually started moving very slowly with the questions that we asked. Very stupid questions. Are you a ghost? And such. As the night wore on, the glass moved quicker and quicker under our fingertips, and I even accused my mom of pushing the glass and making a fool of me. My mother laughed it off and said that it was our subconscious moving the glass. The longer we played, the more efficiently the glass moved, to the point where it was so quick it almost moved and lost traction of our fingertips. I started to believe, but unlike my mother, I didn't believe it was subconscious, but rather some otherworldly spirit. I regretted this belief, at least, as I tell the events that unfolded long after this silly little game. Eventually, my mom and my friend got tired and bored, but I wanted to be extra sure about the glass's movement. so I played for a little while all by myself, eyes wide with the fact that the glass was for sure moving of its own volition. It creeped me out some. Eventually, we all went to bed. My mom to her own room, and my friend and I shared my bedroom. I gave up my single bed to my friend while I cozied myself in a makeshift bed on the carpet. I fell asleep soon enough, but had a very turbulent, restless sleep. I started to dream about being in the same lounge at night, with the furniture stacked all over. In my dream, I decided I wanted to make my way to the bedroom. I could feel myself bumping up my shins against this furniture in my dream. I reached the passage door that led to my bedroom, which was closed. Reached out for the handle of the door, but could only feel the smoothness of the door. It felt so realistic. Started panicking as to why I couldn't open the door. Started beating at this door in my dream, trying over and over to grab the handle to no avail. Moments later, I heard my mother calling me. I woke up, still beating the wall with open hands while standing on the top of the single bed my friend was still sound asleep in. My mom was standing at my door, perplexed. I had no idea how I managed to walk into the bed in my sleep state, but it was extremely scary. The following day, I tried my best to explain to my mom about the dream, but she waved me off. Now, if you think this horror ends here, no. I endured a further 6 months or so of paranormal nocturnal happenings, but never again sleepwalking. I had to return to boarding school, and no sooner I was back, virtually every night I would suddenly awaken to apparitions next to or above my bed. By apparitions, I would jolt awake only to see, in like a imagery sandal or some object flying across me over my bed. Soundless, translucent apparitions, which I knew weren't real, but were there for my eyes to see, I guess, nonetheless. Once or twice I would suddenly awake at night to see a dorm mate standing next to my bed. I would even call out their name only for this apparition to dissolve and fade away in front of my eyes. I even sat up to check if my dorm mate was in her bed, and there she was, sound asleep. I was just terrified of sleeping every night. Every night would at best bring a creepy waking experience, or at worst, some sort of apparition of sheer terror. I couldn't tell my dorm mates or my teachers. I was sure they wouldn't believe me, or they would see it as a cry for attention. I just endured this for months on end, tried to pray, sleep in certain positions, or whatever might improve the situation. Part of me wondered if I was going mentally ill, but another part knew that all this started ever since I played that glassy. I tried to convince myself if it was in my mind, although I knew it was just me lying to myself. Another school holiday at the end of the year rolls around. I'm back home with my mom, but the fear hasn't left me, although the encounter started happening much less. On this particular holiday, my mom's friend Mandy is staying the night. My mom and her are sitting in my mom's room, watching movies and chatting away. I did whatever I did as a kid, playing and watching TV, but eventually decided to go to sleep. My room was a bit untidy. The windows were closed. I had a stack of heavy books on the dresser next to my bed, topped off with some paper and cardboard. Switched off the light and settled down to sleep. I was just to the point of deep sleep when I heard some scratching noises of the paper and cards laying on the dresser right next to my bed. I opened my eyes and saw another apparition. That same translucent type that somehow showed up no matter how dark. Its hands were fidgeting with the paper and card. That was as I looked at it, and it seemed to look back at me. This form was the form of my mom's friend Mandy. Same height, same hair, green eyes that I could see in the dark. For the second or two, it just stared at me while touching the paper. What terrified me the most was that this time it wasn't just me seeing things. I was hearing it touch something. Before I could even spring up to turn on the light, I heard a crashing of the books from the dresser onto the floor. I bounded out of the bed in one leap and pulled the light on. Terrified, I surveilled what was could possibly be happening behind me. The huge, heavy books that had been neatly piled on the dresser were strewn across the floor. so far spread out that it would have landed so far had they collapsed naturally. I was so creeped out, and the book that had been on top was an old book called The Great Controversy Between Christ and Satan. Gosh, just for added spooky and dramatic effect. Still, I knew this possession of me was real, and I had unleashed something awful that night of Glassy. But the conscious, logical part of my mind told me to go ask Mandy if she had been in my room. I knocked and asked Mandy and my mom, and they were both relaxing on the bed watching a movie in their room. They said no and looked at me as though I was crazy. Fortunately, that incident was the last of them, as this problem left me. It really terrified me as a kid, and although I told my mom about the things that happened, and that it all started with Glassy, she definitely didn't take me seriously. I've told very few people in my adult life, as I imagine they'd think I'm crazy or a liar. Weird whistling happening outside my window last night. Yesterday night at around 3 a.m. I heard whistling outside my window. The first 3 were in 3 to 4 second intervals. The third and last whistle took a bit longer. I had the curtains and blinds over it, but I could definitely hear whistling. But the whistling didn't sound like a bird. Usually birds around my area don't whistle for 45 seconds, and they have an odd pause. Whatever was making the noise sounded like it had lips and was actually whistling. I don't have tinnitus, nor is my house broken in any sort of way to be making these sounds. My parents are obviously asleep in their rooms since I could hear them both snoring. I'm not on any medication, and I don't hallucinate or have delusions either, so I don't know. There really isn't a clear reason why I heard the whistling. I had the feeling to get up from my bed and open the blinds to see what it was, but something in my gut was telling me if I did, I would regret it. So I stayed in my bed in silence, tried to go back to sleep. Now, I am a skeptic, but I do believe in the paranormal and respecting it. But this? I don't have an explanation for this. It's freaking me out. Like, is there some sort of being that does this kind of stuff? How can I protect myself from it? The woman in my brother's room. I live with my mom, dad, and 2 siblings. It's not the biggest apartment in the world, so younger siblings share one room. But it's divided into 2 halves. Basically their own rooms, but technically not. Their room is divided by a bunk bed and a bookcase. The ceiling of their halves from one another. Hope this makes sense. There's a bookcase divider. My younger sister's half of the room, however, wouldn't get much natural, sunlight. So the windows are on the brother's side of the room. So my parents decided to put in a window between them so light could shine through both rooms. And keep this in mind, it's important for the story. About a year ago, I was home from school one day, feeling a bit sick. So I was left alone in our apartment. I had just woken up, taken a shower, and eaten breakfast. That's when I heard what sounded like footsteps coming from the direction of my siblings' rooms. While it initially creeped me out a bit, I just chalked it up to the neighbors being loud or making things up. I then went to brush my teeth, but thinking nothing of it. Our bathroom is parallel to my siblings' room, and the door of my sister's room was open. So looking in the bathroom mirror, I could see into my brother's room from my sister's window. When I finished brushing my teeth, I went to spit out my toothpaste, bending down over the sink and leaving my sister's window out of sight for a split second. When I looked back up, I saw something that made my stomach drop. A large silhouette of a woman who was looking intently at me through my sister's window. They were standing in my brother's room. As soon as she knew I had noticed her, she seemed alerted, quickly bent down out of sight. In a panic, I rushed out of the bathroom, ran into the kitchen, and took a knife to defend myself. Fearing somebody had broken in, I yelled out, "Who are you?" No response. At this point, I gathered the courage to shakily make my way over to my brother's room, knife in hand, to confront whatever or whoever it was in my home. Put my ear up to his door, waited a couple of seconds, and then I shit you not, I heard a raspy breathing on the other side. It sounded like somebody dying and desperately sucking after air. I think the sound Bonnie and Chica make in FNAF1 when they stand outside your door. What is a Bonnie and a Chica? Safe to say I noped out of there immediately, locked myself in my room. I called my parents and told them what happened, and they sounded concerned. Then my dad said something that hadn't even slipped my mind. But that window's over 2 meters, 6.5 feet high. Whatever thing this was had to be the tallest woman on Earth, as it had to hunch over to look through the window. Stayed in my room until my parents came home. When looking through the apartment, they didn't find anything. To this day, I try to stay away from my brother's room at all costs, and I always close the door when I'm brushing my teeth. I'm not trying my chances with whatever the hell that thing is. The time I saw a ghost in a nursing home. So I was working first shift. It was about 3 p.m. I worked a hallway lined with 15 rooms for mostly palliative care patients. The room I had the experience in belongs to a very Alzheimer's-affected lady. She would say things like there are people looking at her through the window and talk to people in her room. That's normal and didn't make me think she was seeing actual spirits. But then I saw something I can't explain. Her call light went off in her room. But I was confused because she was not in her room. She was at an activity. So I start walking toward the room down the hallway and I see a shadow of a person. No face, no features. Just a shadow. Except it's not on the wall, it's in the hallway. It's in front of the room. I keep walking toward the room and it starts to move into the room. The door is open, so we both are moving toward the room and go through the door. It enters the room and disappears around the corner toward the call light. At first, standing in the room, I was scared and tears welled up in my eyes. But then I just walked out and didn't really think much about it again. Didn't tell anyone either. Until 2 weeks later, I'm in the same room with another CNA and she brings up the dark figure that appeared in this room and another room. I'm like, WTF. I saw it 2 weekends ago. She went on to tell me a few other experiences people have had, and I'm just in shock. My great-grandmother came to me in a dream the night of her funeral. I always just assumed it was my subconscious way of coping with losing the grandparent I was closest to. That was until I saw other people who had similar experiences on here. This must have been about 8 years ago. I was 18 and my great-grandmother passed away. She had Alzheimer's, and when her mind started fading, everything happened quickly. It started with calls to her daughter and telling her she was babysitting me or my sisters or cousins, etc. She couldn't find them. Then I'd go to visit her and she'd talk about people who had passed away 10 or 15 years ago like they were sitting there in the room with us. Anyways, you get it. She dies and my family has a funeral, as one does. That night I'm emotionally exhausted. Try to get some rest. I had a dream where I was going to visit her in the nursing home she was staying at. I knock on her door and then remember that she can't really get around, so I go to let myself in and there she was, standing there, reaching for the doorknob. Just as I remembered her when she was healthy and herself. Remember telling her I can't believe how good she looks. Thought she couldn't really get out of bed. She tells me everything's going to be okay now, and wraps me up in the warmest hug. In that dream, it felt like we talked and laughed with each other for hours. She apologized for missing my birthday. I'd leave her room to go to a vending machine and I tell her I'll be right back, and then I wake up. Immediately called my sister to tell her about this dream I just had. She thought it was kind of creepy, but to this day, it was the most comforted I'd ever been. And again, it could have just been a way of coping with loss, but it really helped in a difficult time. My encounter with a demon god. I've only told about 5 people the story, but I wanted to share it with other like-minded people to try to understand this experience better. So this all took place in 2016-2017, central Georgia, about 45 minutes from Macomb. I've always been fascinated with the paranormal. I've had countless experiences from my childhood. So I was hanging out with my friends when the topic comes up. Of course, most of my other friends are very skeptical. I suggested we go somewhere haunted. There's a local legend here about a road with 5 bridges. Ironically, it's called 3 Bridges Road to locals. Told my friends we should check it out. We get there at about 1 a.m. and stay a couple of hours. There were a few strange sounds that we heard, and a dark, heavy feeling, but not much else. One of my friends claims that he saw a woman, but nobody else did, so I figured it was just his imagination. After we're done with the bridges, we go to the church that's right beside them. Now this church is, to put it plainly, weird and creepy. It had blacked out windows, no steeple, and a small cemetery with graves that date back to the 1790s. You get a much stronger feeling here and decide to head back to my buddy's camper and chill. Fast forward a couple of days, and one of my friends, Gunther, claims that he's been seeing a tar lady, as he called her, ever since we did our little ghost hunting trip. So me, trying to help him feel better, decided to cleanse his camper. Mind you, I've never done this before. So I just start saying, "Any negative entity, I command you to leave. You are not welcome here." I said this over and over. After about 3 minutes, I feel an immense pressure and weight, like carrying a 100-pound book bag or something. The lights start to flicker, but I keep on. My friend tells me that there are entities pointing at me, laughing and mocking. I don't see anything, so I continue for about 10 minutes until it's too much to bear. I run outside and start puking. My friend tells me I have dark circles around my eyes. I feel like I had the worst hangover in history. Tell him I have to leave and go back home. I feel okay the next day, so we ask another friend, Rick, who didn't go with us the first time, for help. He's a pagan and really knowledgeable on the occult and the supernatural lore. We go back to the church. He looks around for a minute and just says, "This isn't hallowed ground." We asked what he's talking about. He says that a church should be on hallowed ground, and especially cemeteries. He implies that something weird is going on, and he suspects that the people of this church might be practicing dark arts. Pretty nervous at this time, and me and my friend Gunther look at each other. Rick then says he can help Gunther, and I go to his camper alone. The next day I check up on Gunther, and he says he's pretty much all right now. Rick gave him something that'll protect him. I asked what it was, and he said it's a demon lord that Rick had a contract with. Gunther said he had to accept the demon and did. I was very skeptical and pretty much thought they were full of crap. Over the course of the next few weeks, I would be hanging out with Gunther, and his demeanor would completely change. He isn't dumb or anything, but he is simple and speaks plainly. When this thing would take over, he would speak very articulate and sophisticated. He also wouldn't say "I" when speaking about himself. He would say Gunther. So I tested this theory by asking it to prove that it was real, not just imagination gone wild or maybe split personalities. It told me a traumatic event I witnessed as a child that I'm damn sure didn't tell anybody. My mind tried to erase it. When it said this, I was filled with uncontrollable rage. My other friend had to stop me from hitting him. All the while, this thing and my friend had a huge grin on its face. After I calmed down, I asked different questions. It confirmed it was a demon lord. It told me how Gunther's step-grandma was using witchcraft, and about the cult at the church trying to open the portal. The only time I made it angry was when I was helping a friend, Tiffany, who had a negative entity attached to her. The demon was with us, and we had 2 candles lit. I started saying a prayer over Tiffany to get the evil spirit out. She was screaming in pain, and her back arched backwards in a sickening way. The demon lord was saying a chant under his breath the whole time with his eyes completely closed. After the entity was out of her, I used the opportunity to move my hand in attention to my friend Gunther, who had still had his eyes closed. Kept saying the same prayer. His eyes shot open immediately, and the look he had was pure hatred. He looked me dead in the eye and said, "Don't fuck with me," then grabbed both candles and blew them out simultaneously. I have a lot of other stories about this demon lord and other unrelated paranormal experiences, but this is the one that will always be the creepiest. I have many questions. Somebody keep an eye on Gunther. Why would an entity be unable to enter the room of a newborn baby? This is going to be a bit longish of a story. Happened a long time ago, 1970-ish, and a lot of the people it happened to are now gone. However, my oldest brother remembers it pretty well, and my second oldest brother remembers a few things that happened around him as well. I don't remember any of this at all. I was a newborn baby. I was told this story many times by my mother and my brothers and sister, and many cousins witnessed it, swore that it all happened. So, apparently there was this older lady who was related on the opposite bloodline of ours to one of our cousins, Alma. The old lady was very ill, knew that she was dying. She talked to my cousin about some cookbooks that she wanted to have, and when she passed away, because she knew that Alma liked cooking, she wanted her to have them. She was very specific, though, about 3 or 4 of the special cookbooks. Maybe they had some special family recipes in them or something. Anyhow, she was very clear that Alma was not to take these cookbooks, but everything else was okay. So eventually the old lady passed away. They were clearing out her things. My cousin Alma took the cookbooks that she was told that she could have, and for some stupid reason she took the ones that the old lady specifically wanted her daughters to have as well. I don't know where her daughters were at this time, but I was told that she basically stole these books that were meant for someone else. So now, the way my mom told it, my cousin was out at the old lady's funeral, and she came out to stay at our house. My mom said that she was talking to her on the phone just before she came over, and she found it strange. The phone line was very staticky and crackly sounding, like a really bad connection, which in fairness it could have been. But my mom, in hindsight, thought it, may have been what she later brought to our house with her, so I'm not really sure how long this stuff lasted for, but I know it was for quite a few days at least. As soon as Alma came to our house to stay for a bit, that's when it all started. She had brought the things that had been left to her by the old lady, as well as the books that she took without permission. Weird things started happening almost immediately. Knocks and bumps in the walls, silverware in the cabinet jingling and moving inside the drawers on its own. Like you could hear it rattling and bumping together, metallic noises. They would go to the bed under the covers of a fully made, undisturbed bed that they would find cutlery, like butter knives, spoons, and forks, just sitting there. Alma was getting the worst of this stuff, though, and she would hear knocks and bangs in her room or under her bed. Her hair would get pulled in her sleep, and other stuff that basically wasn't letting her rest. During this time, my middle brother says that he saw books move on their own. But cookbooks, I assume. Also, a whittled, very distinct piece of wood somebody was messing around carving with got thrown out in the woods when they were done with it. When they came back into the house, that exact same piece of wood was on the stove. Things kept getting weirder and louder, and my mom was getting really scared one day that they all went to the bedroom I was sleeping in as a baby. I guess it was quite a commotion going on in the house. They all ran into my room to be safe together and made sure I was okay. Whatever this entity was not going in the room where I was for some reason. Anyhow, they were all in the room I was in, and they could hear the same thing scratching on the door and rattling it. They heard a disembodied voice speak as it was messing with the door. All they heard was it say in a raspy, croaky voice was the word, "Cook, cook, cook." My cousin then broke down and confessed to my mom that she had taken cookbooks that were not for her, My mom was very upset with her, told her to take the books back to the old lady's house that morning. The morning they were taking the books back to my sister, and they were going with Alma. That was because she was too scared to go there on her own after all that happened. My sister was holding the stack of books, and Alma said that she was done with them all. Just going to take them all back, just as she said that each book that she stole came off the stack my sister was holding, and each one landed right on top of the other on the floor perfectly. They landed perfectly on top of each other, one at a time. Alma didn't want anything more to do with any of it. She returned all of it. All activity in her house stopped after that, and all was good. The question I have is, why would it be avoiding an infant's room? Maybe she just liked babies. One other thing I forgot to mention also is my mom tried pickle recipes from some of those cookbooks before she knew that some were stolen. She said everything she made was messed up and didn't really turn out properly. In weird ways, like dill pickles becoming almost jelly-like. If you made it all the way to this, thanks a lot. I've been waiting a long time to tell this story. I know a lot of people will say it's all made up, but it is true. It was true as it was told to me by my family and family friends that saw things happen as well. See ya.